Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to video game news. Today is Friday, January 16th, almost at the midnight point at this point. We'll be at the midnight point by the time we end the stream. We'll do some warm-up and then we'll jump into video game news. We'll start by scrolling down the SteamDB 24-hour peak concurrent charts. Starting late again just because my sleep schedule is a mess and I'm just sleeping most of entire 24-hour periods away, accomplishing very little. Like, I have a very important document I need to print and have notarized and signed and mailed, and in the past day and a half at least, all I've managed to do is move a bookshelf out of the way to get a little bit closer. Well, I moved a bookshelf and a bit of a bed frame and a chair out of the way to get closer to the printer that I moved and hadn't plugged in. I have to print out the form, then go get it notarized. But yeah, not accomplishing too much. I started playing the remaster 2014 of Resident Evil 1. I have never played Resident Evil 1 before. It looks very nice, but it really still feels to me like I would have preferred them to have fully remade Resident Evil 1 like they did Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 3, instead of put just a visual polish on Resident Evil 1 without seemingly changing much dialogue or any of the level layout or anything like that. It really needed to be a full soft reboot in the spirit of the mansion of Resident Evil 1, but much bigger, much better thought out. Resident Evil 1 definitely feels more like a puzzle game, almost from the era of text-based puzzles, in that you'll go up to posters and things, pictures, and it will tell you what's on the pictures, because originally the game would have been so hard to see. Speaking of hard to see, interesting, Torchlight Infinite made it into the top 100. I ordered glasses with my prescription. I was able to find some that were, all in all, free shipping, $16, which is what all glasses really should cost. This includes frames and everything, but that is definitely a fluke more than the normal cost for glasses. The one site I looked at had free shipping for orders over $90, and or there was a sale for save 30% if you spend $250, and it's just like, this is a huge ripoff. They're selling you pieces of plastic and pieces of glass that is pre-cut in a factory, I suspect, to the prescription that you need, and they just have a large inventory of those glasses. And then usually, if the frames in the outer part of the don't match, they just grind down the glass so it does match and fit in the frames. And even that may be just one big warehouse where frames have kind of standard interior dimensions, even if they're different. It is far too much fashion for what is really a utilitarian thing. I did see a YouTube video, so obviously YouTube AdSense has figured out that I'm looking at glasses, once I went to those stores, about being what they call over-minused, where they gave you too strong of a prescription. I don't believe that's the case for me, but if you do get too strong of a prescription for glasses, it'll just make your eyes get worse and worse and worse. Um, it'll like instantly feel, when you first put them on, it'll feel right, but it'll slowly make you have to work harder, work the eye muscles harder to maintain the same level of vision. I've also realized that I'm gonna just need to wear these glasses when watching TV, and possibly even when just playing on the Steam Deck, even though I really don't have a lot of vision problems up close. The difference in one eye from the other, I think, just is still causing trouble. But yeah, glasses are way too expensive and often not covered by insurance, which there's an insanity there that really needs to be addressed. Is that if you're getting health insurance, it should include all of your body, and they shouldn't be able to carve out plans for excluding dental, excluding vision. Of course, that's the same argument that they make with like maternal leave, is that even plans that only cover men should be covering maternal leave. That way the cost is potentially spread around, although it really wouldn't be. It's just easier to have a standard plan that way, I guess. I guess the real thing there is, though, that it probably all balances out. Men have heart disease problems way more often. But yeah, covering everything really would make it less sense. And it's not maternal leave. That's not what I'm talking about, because health insurance wouldn't cover that anyways. It would be maternal care. But yeah, that's a long way to get. That's a long way away from, yeah, glasses frames are way too expensive. And I don't know if there is a place where you could have just bought the glasses, because I imagine I could probably take the cheap frames I got from Amazon and pop out the wrong lenses and put in the right lenses. And then lenses add a lot to the price too, it seems, and that they want to give you filtered or blue light blocker or anti-scratch filtering. It all feels very much like buying a car from a shady car dealership, that they're just going to try and upcharge you and upsell you. And I only got one pair of glasses, and then immediately got a coupon to buy more, and so we'll see if the online store I went to is good enough, and then I'll probably need 2 or 3 pairs, just because what's going to happen is I'm going to put one pair down next to my computer, and I'm going to put one pair down next to my bed and one pair in the car, although that really is thinking that I'm just ever going to take them off, when really I should just have them on and learn to wear them, which is what I think most people struggle with, is just wearing them. Yeah. As far as Resident Evil 1 goes, I may very well will go through the most wishlisted games, need a walkthrough. It is a fairly rough old school game. Even the remastered version did ask me what level of difficulty, although it did it in a very nebulous way. It asked, do you like to do a marathon, do you like to do a hike, or do you like to take a walk? And I took that to very well mean that it was asking me, do you want to play on hard, medium, or easy, without actually using those phrases. But yeah, even playing on easy, you still have the typewriter tape with 6 uses, so you can only save 6 times. and then you have to find another typewriter tape. The typewriter tape takes up a slot in inventory. Every key seems to take a slot up in inventory. I don't think there's really selling or getting money or upgrading, even though you do hear the shopkeeper from Resident Evil 4's voice in the remaster say Resident Evil. You don't get to see the live action full motion video intro in the remaster. Instead, it's a nice enough 3D CGI image. But yeah, you have only 6 inventory spots, and I've already like taken one key object and walked around with it to get to a point to see I don't have enough inventory, and I had to put the key object back down where I found it. And so only knowing a little bit about Resident Evil 1, I am just going to wander around until I get frustrated. Then I'll use a walkthrough to spoil it for me. I also heavily question how much game there really is there, or if there is really a reason why you would want to play it a second time. It just really isn't believable that it is going to be anywhere as fun as playing Resident Evil 4 on a second playthrough, and that anything would really even change on a second playthrough. Which again, I really think they should have remade Resident Evil 1. It would be hard to even make a game like Resident Evil 1 though. Like, regardless of how big a mansion is, it really can't be that big. Like, even if you were gonna have it be something as big as like the White House, like, it's not that big of a thing. That's where this newest game being in a hotel makes a lot of sense in the sections that are going to be in a hotel, is that you can just have a lot more rooms than is reasonable. The rooms can be smaller than they would be in a mansion, and you can still have that enclosed feeling that you're going for. But yeah, a hotel, an asylum, maybe a college dorm, the tower with many apartments is really the level of scale you would need to make a full game all in one area. Yeah. But yeah, we'll see how far I can go without having to look up a walkthrough in Resident Evil 1. I figured I needed to pick something to play, because it really feels like that little bit of motivation to even play a game is something that will get me out of bed a little bit earlier and a little bit faster. Also played a little bit of Vampire Survivors on my Steam Deck. That really is just to kill time more than anything. But yeah, that is certainly a point, as I am going to have to find a little bit more to do. I know what it will be, but once I'm done cleaning and decluttering my house, if that ever gets done, I'm going to need a few more things to keep me busy and not just be obsessively playing video games. But I know what that'll be. I have a huge backlog of Lego, so it makes a lot of sense to do all that Lego. I have a huge backlog of DVDs and anime to watch mostly, and movies, so that too would make a lot of sense to do. So as long as I can see things, I should be fine. I was thinking that there is a infrared remote controlled spinning display stand that I saw on Amazon. if you put a light box around that and you built the Lego around that on that display stand, I think what you could do is have a button that was programmed with something like an Arduino to send the infrared signal. You could probably just hardwire it to the remote or the stand itself, to spin the display to 180 degrees from where it normally would be. So on one side of the table is you. When the light box is facing you, you see just the Legos, and you put one piece down, then you potentially put your hands down, and what you really would like is like an infrared break. So you're not even pressing a button, you're just, when you put your hands down, or take your hands away from the piece, it would spin around 180 degrees. The camera would be on the other side of the light box, not looking at you and not able to see you. Take a picture of that one piece you put down, and then it would spin around. Now, theoretically, you could have a camera and you could have the whole thing spin. I think that would probably slow down in making footage of it, and maybe that's something you would do for the final setup, where you lock the light box down so it doesn't spin, but you spin the Lego itself. And so yeah, I could see making video footage like that for potentially a secondary channel. You would have to still do a lot of Lego builds for that to really matter, and it would be probably just turned into YouTube Shorts. So, but yeah, I could see making footage in a way there without doing what most people do, which is either they do long live streams where they chat with people and the camera's just facing downward as they build smaller sets, usually not huge sets. I've never really seen anybody take a 3,000 piece Lego set and try and make any kind of video series around that, although it certainly would work. It could be done, but yeah. The reason I don't think there are a ton of Lego channels, though, is just Lego is incredibly expensive in them, and that's not even just like the $650 Pokemon set that they just came out with. I mean, Lego has been creeping up in expense for 5 to 10 years now, and it was already pretty expensive as a premium toy that really is just a bunch of plastic. But yeah, it's pretty much impossible to make a movie or an anime channel. You could review movies, but it's a lot of work for very few videos that you can make, so you have to really polish it up. Anime in particular, you basically can't use any of the footage at all, and even screenshots or thumbnails pretty much run into content ID and copyright strikes non-stop. Yeah, the anime industry and Japanese people don't believe in the United States copyright law as much as they believe in their own interpretation of Japanese copyright law, which basically comes down to they don't want any bit of it shown. They have too big of a scheme going where they'll sell individual episodes for $80 in Japan of an anime series. Here's an interesting. Mike Harrington was at one time in partnership with Gabe Newell, and left Gabe Newell to be the sole owner, person in charge of Valve. I question how much Gabe Newell really does with Valve, considering he is on his yachts a lot of the time, and he is also focused on at least one other company that, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he is really just kind of a figurehead as much as anything. That of all the corporations out there, the private corporation of Valve does feel like it is just run by a kind of secretive cabal of shareholders. But I mean, you can't really complain about what they've done so far too much. Sure, they've been bad about censorship in a few places, and that's kind of it. Like, can't really blame too much more on Valve as far as complaining. Zig's on the chat saying yo. I saw PewDiePie did another video of him drawing. I haven't watched it yet. Apparently he went to an animation studio for 24 hours and drew. He had a video a couple years ago when he drew something every day and showed off his animations. It's probably a great project for every kid out there. But there's a saying, something along the lines of every kid is an artist until they give up on it. But yeah, the drawing stuff is something that really takes a lot of practice, and just your entire childhood should be at drawing something every day. I wish I was perhaps more encouraged to have been more artistic when I was young, but honestly, anything anybody tried to encourage me to do when I was young, I pretty much ignored it. Yeah. Looking back as my old tired self, I am realizing that even when I was young and in school, I was pretty tired, and that came off as just not being into things. But yeah, I just don't think I ever was a normal, energetic child, and just didn't want to do anything at all. Yeah. And I imagine kids who were like me would have been just diagnosed as being depressed, but yeah, I don't know if that isn't sometimes the wrong diagnosis, and they may have things like chronic fatigue or something else wrong with them that is literally making them tired, physically and mentally. But also, I imagine I just had a bunch of really bad teachers. I know I had a decent amount, or an average amount at least, of bad teachers that just did not push me into anything that was interesting. But yeah. The whole 6-7 example is probably a great example right now. It's like really young kids are really excited around the 6-7 nonsense meme that means nothing, and I think that's why they like it, is that they're delving deep into absurdist comedy without even realizing it. And instead of teachers embracing that and saying, hey, all right, well, we're gonna have you write poems about what 6-7 means to you, we're gonna have you draw pictures of 6-7, we're gonna have you paint, and we're gonna have you do math problems that end in 6-7. They just banned it, like they always do. Any music that would have been popular for kids is not the music that they play in music classes, if you even are lucky enough to have a music class. Most kids not. Anybody who is into like cartoons or anime, none of those are the characters or things you're being taught in art class. So instead they're really trying to teach you ancient history stuff, and while history is important, it's not really going to grab people's attention as much. Yeah. I'm still playing Pokemon TCG Pocket. Yep. There's like a prime thing, is that you could easily have an assignment in an art class to say draw a Pokemon or make a new Pokemon. And kids would be into that pretty well. Still playing Memento Mori. Although I am running into problems because I'm sleeping so much that when I do play Memento Mori, it seems to be right in the beginning of a day or the end of the day, so I'm not getting the bonus event that happens around noon and 10 p.m. Yeah. I saw there's this YouTuber called Kodok, I think that's how you pronounce his name, that covers mostly trading card games, but he had an interesting best or worst video, and well, for the most part it was worse things going on in trading card games. There was an interesting trading card game based tabletop game that you buy the cards, and when you get the cards you get a free QR code, 2 STL files to 3D print the characters on the cards. So if you don't 3D print the cards, they come with little cardboard stand-ins. So it is like a tabletop Warcraft type of experience visually if you 3D print it. Otherwise it's closer to a Hasbro cardboard experience if you don't 3D print the things. But as something that could make 3D printing in particular more desirable is if there were more games like that, and you're targeting a pretty good audience there, because people that are deep into tabletop games like Warcraft and the people that are deep into card games like Magic the Gathering are fairly used to wasting a lot of money anyways. So it's a interesting new twist, certainly, as far as we'll make the 3D files, but we're not going to go through the shipping and handling nightmare that exists to actually make the characters. And then you could always change your mind on that, and you could have injection molded style of figurines if it became really popular as a game. But yeah, as far as other trading card games that Kodok covered, it really does seem like there is a real lack of competition or innovation, and that's pretty much always the case, it feels like, with trading card games. He did go on an interesting rant, an anti-AI rant, where a lot of Kickstarters and card pitches he's seen seem pretty obviously to have been either drawn with AI completely, or the rule set or the description is completely done with AI. And then some of the Magic the Gathering, I think, cards in particular, were just using screenshots from like Avatar: The Last Airbender, just straight from the DVD with no cleanup and no polish at all on them. They just look terrible. So, I got the first achievement of Resident Evil 1, playing for about 40 minutes for one episode, and that was probably the second zombie I actually ran into. I ran into one, and all I had is a knife, and I just kept trying to attack it with a knife and pushing it down, and then it would get back up, which is weird because I was really expecting the knife to be the secret weapon that you would always want to use in Resident Evil, like it is in Resident Evil 4, but it just would not kill him. When you push them down, you can't like keep them down. You can't stomp on their heads like in later games. You can't kick them. You can't stab them while they're down, so they just get back up. Then the second zombie, or third zombie I think it was, that I fought went down with a knife pretty easily, so it may just be that there's an inconsistency in Resident Evil 1 as far as which zombies can die and which zombies can't. But yeah, here you can see it says I've played for a total of 8 hours. That's not true. I launched the game, then I fell asleep for 8 hours, and then I played for, I fell asleep for maybe 7 hours, then I played it for 40 minutes. And you can see how quickly the total playtime is just wrong on Steam. Yep, there's still nothing new, and I don't expect there to be anything too new for a while on Steam until January 19th is when this fest ends, so there won't be anything happening until that. I watched the latest episode of Fallout 76. I mean, not Fallout 76, Fallout on Amazon Prime Season 2. I almost thought that that was going to just be the last episode for the season. But yeah, I hope there's a lot more episodes, because if there's only 2 or 3 left, there's basically nothing going to happen in the Fallout TV series. Like, entire characters barely being shown, nothing occurring when you see new characters or introduce anything new to it. It does just seem like they really didn't have a plan with Las Vegas, which, yeah, they have never called it New Vegas. But yeah, there's nothing particularly exciting happening there. And I guess the one thing that could happen, or one of many things that could happen, is that they could have you go into the underground fight arena and fight a bunch of creatures. But yeah, there's all kinds of side quests in New Vegas, the game, that could have become side quests to do in Las Vegas, in Fallout, the TV show, and it just doesn't seem like they care to really engage with any of that. And yet they really are not doing much otherwise. Guess we need to look at Torchlight Infinite. It wasn't very well received when I first saw it. Maybe something has changed there. Yeah. But yeah, something seems to have slightly improved by 2%. It's overall 69% mixed reviewed in the last 30 days, 71% positive. Still don't really feel like this is connected to the previous games called Torchlight, and that Torchlight as a name may just not be copyrightable. If it is connected to the previous Torchlight games, which is somewhat possible that it is taking a completely different visual style than what you would expect. The original Torchlight game, bright and colorful and trying to be a kid-friendly Diablo. This dark and brooding, trying to be more of an adult Diablo. Just look at like all the blood here, for instance. But yeah, and it definitely felt more like it was a Chinese game. Where's the description of that game? It's just, this is supposed to be the description, and there really is no story description happening at all, which you would think would almost mean that it's an MMO. Is it an MMO? Not really. It's single player with online co-op. The fate of Ember technology is in your hands with abounding hero. Build possibilities, dive into the epic journey with endless loot, adrenaline pumping fights, and new seasonal content. Yeah, it definitely seems like it is the same Torchlight series, just being made by a different group of people. Don't have any Steam Deck refurbs. I don't imagine we will see any for a while. And I don't think in the past couple days, on this Friday, that we'll see any new game come out. What is the next big game to come out? That's an interesting question, certainly. Steam came out with that whole calendar thing, and yeah, that whole calendar thing just didn't really land enough that I would want to go back and look at it. Like, I don't even know the URL to click on, or the link to click on from the front page to see my calendar. Plus, it wouldn't really help me too much because I'm looking for like new games. Yeah. And I guess what I'm going to do with Resident Evil is I'm just going to try and play Resident Evil 1, and then the remake of 2, remake of 3, remake of 4, skip 5 and 6 since there's unlikely to be a remake, and then jump into 7 and play that for the first time, which is going to be a weirder way to do it, but not perhaps the weirdest way to go through all that. Alright, well, that's going to bring us to video game Chronicle video game news. Oh, I should also mention I am testing out constant bit rates on my streaming, so we'll see what's going on there. I need to check this stream, and I also need to check the first episode of Resident Evil 3 to just see if that looks okay. It may very well be the case that at a constant bit rate I need to knock up the quality in kilobits per second considerably to match that. But I will say, so far I have not heard the audio stutter or seen any weird frame rate drops, so it does seem like I was probably doing a lot of extra CPU and GPU intensive processing to use variable bit rates to maybe save a little bit of space, but that's probably not as big a deal. It is my ambition at some point to have all videos immediately start uploading as soon as the streams or recordings are done to address that issue. Anyways. And yeah, it is also my ambition to have all the YouTube shorts actually be made and uploaded instantly after each of these streams. I saw an interesting YouTube video before we jump into news around just the retrospective and what we know so far on a potential BioShock 4 versus Judas. Judas is possibly coming out within the next year. But yeah, BioShock 4, we really haven't heard anything from it, so it could be a surprise release, but almost certainly BioShock 4 is in a releasable state right now, and they are just waiting for Judas to come out, and then 2K is just going to put it out at the exact same time as Judas comes out to steal market share away from Judas in a just overly aggressive form of competition. Let's see. A week after talking up the Division 3, the boss Julian Garrity? Yeah, I guess it's Garrity, has left Ubisoft for EA. Massive's creative director has joined Battlefield Studio. So, yeah, I guess take that for what it probably is, that if anybody is publicly coming out and saying something nice about a game they didn't work on, they may be on the verge of being hired by that game company. The Division series creator. As a series, I don't think the Division has been particularly a great experience, so I wouldn't really expect to see any great elements be added to the Battlefield series from Garrity. I imagine he is probably just a manager making decisions more than anybody who's going to add anything too creative, even as a creative director. But yeah, there definitely was a single player experience that I think I would have been willing to engage with the Division as a series. And Division 1 felt like you could have a single player experience even if that wasn't the focus. But by the time it got to Division 2, it was pretty obvious to me that this was a multiplayer experience that really required a lot of other people to be playing for it to even start to make some sense. And even then, it never felt like it got that big. Sega's new PlayStation 5, PC, and mobile football manager game, Sega Football Club Champions 2026, is coming out next week. I imagine we'll see a lot of sales for that, but as somebody who's not really a fan of soccer, I probably won't engage with it too much. Certainly might hurt EA a little bit, though, if there's a competitor to EA's soccer games. But probably not that much. The first full images of Lego's Ocarina of Time Final Battle set with Link and Ganondorf have been leaked. The set will reportedly release in March. You see some actual minifigs here, and this looks like a fairy, and then it looks like there's just something blurred out in the foreground and in the background. I don't really remember the final battle of Ocarina of Time, which makes me wonder if I actually never beat Ocarina of Time all the way through. And certainly if Nintendo wouldn't copyright strike it and take it down, playing an emulator or playing a PC version, let's face it, even if Nintendo did release an official PC version of Ocarina of Time, they'd still copyright strike it. But it would be something I'd like to do and play that whole game all the way through. So I guess perhaps that's some evidence that if somebody could make an adventure game that even was close to Ocarina of Time, I'd want to play that also. But yeah, as a Lego set, this is not particularly a great Lego set. This is definitely one of those ones where they're giving you probably $30 worth of Legos, $60 if you add on the actual cost that Lego would charge, and then the rest of the $60 to $70 is in the fact that you're getting Zelda and Link and Ganondorf as minifigs, and you won't be able to get these minifigs separately without buying the set. But yeah, this definitely does not catch my attention too much. You have a little Navi Fairy, supposed to be some recovery hearts somewhere, a Megaton hammer somewhere, and then you have minifig Ganondorf, and then you have brick built Ganondorf. But yeah, I don't see any recovery hearts or the hammer in either of these pictures. Nintendo has been rough with their Lego sets. They've tried to do a lot of stuff with Mario that just raised the price of the Mario sets even more than they already were, being sold at a premium compared to other Lego sets, and basically made Mario look ugly. The reality is, a Smash Brothers set is really what they should have done, in my opinion. You have a starting Smash Brothers stage, you have a whole line of premium minifigs that you put in that stage to have different Nintendo characters fighting each other. It would not be anywhere close to all the characters in Smash Brothers, but it could certainly be a decent amount of them. You then release more stages to match the Smash Brothers stage, or you release 3 packs of characters, which also would have worked fairly well. That's not too far away from the idea of Lego Dimensions. The only difference there is you just wouldn't be putting any NFC tags in it. And now with the new Smart Play brick that they're introducing, you could certainly have Smash Brothers stages and minifigs that would play different sounds while you play with them. But yeah, as far as individual Nintendo things, I would have just wanted really iconic levels or builds, which would probably just be like Princess Peach's castle, maybe Bowser's floating castle from Mario Bros. 3. You could have the castles from Ocarina of Time, but really I would have preferred just a top world map of all of Ocarina of Time. Yeah. It is a shame that there's just something in the game design of Zelda games that just has never been copied particularly well, as far as just handcrafted dungeons going from one dungeon to the other to get specific items to unlock abilities and go to the next dungeon and be able to beat the next dungeon. The closest thing I would say is something like a Mega Man game, but Mega Man games are completely different. But you do go, when beating a boss in Mega Man, you get an ability that helps you potentially beat the next boss. Amazon Games has confirmed that its MMO New World has a year left before it goes offline permanently. The game has been pulled from sale today. So, okay. I don't think too many people were really playing New World anyways. But Amazon has proven to, one, not really stay in the market of making video games long enough. They really thought that they were going to have massive successes in 4 to 6 years, when in reality, even with a massive amount of money, you're going to need probably 8 years to get a massive success, and probably 2 or 3 flops before you get a success. And that's just really expensive when you're making a giant game like an MMO, whereas Amazon would have been wiser to acquire a few small indie companies that are already proven and already have one success, or start up a new indie company to make a small indie experience. Particularly with Amazon Prime Video, it would have been fairly believable that they would have just tried to make a small game that could play in the Prime Video player like Netflix tried to do, or they were going to just make a small Android game that they could give away for free for having Prime. But yeah, going big and bold just to push their own Amazon AWS servers and services for serving MMOs was kind of silly. Lumberyard is one of the code words there too that they were pushing. Which, by the way, AWS just said, at least, if they didn't open a European-based server center, so people in Europe's data does not cross over into the United States, which, yeah, Europeans are increasingly not wanting to have their data go into the United States and not really trusting the United States based companies for a whole myriad of reasons, some political, some just historically intelligent. It's not like American-based companies have been the best with data safety, data storage, and just honesty on what they're actually doing with the data. Sega announces Sonic 35th anniversary plans to celebrate Sonic's legacy. Sonic's 35th will be marked with museum pop-ups, a podcast, and more. Boy, does that sound like they are not making any kind of game, though. Which, in fairness, if they literally said we're never making another Sonic thing because only 50% of the Sonic creations are good, and usually when a Sonic creation is good, it is good despite Sega, not because of it. And like the Sonic movie, for instance, is probably the most recent best thing to have happened to Sonic. Of course, some of the more recent Sonic games are good, but they are also not particularly the original gameplay style of Sonic. You know, Sonic racing games seem to be good in the more 3D environment, open world environment game with Sonic seem to be good, but once it tries to get back to him running on a track in a either 3D or 2D environment, that's when it tends to struggle. You know, it would potentially be an interesting twist if they just disabled Sonic in some way. So Sonic couldn't move fast or couldn't run fast. Then they could break from that concept of those kinds of games and make him something different. It would be on the level of having like Donkey Kong in the arcade not really be the same Donkey Kong that you see in like Donkey Kong Country or in any Mario game. But yeah, if the gameplay mechanic doesn't really work, which I don't think it really does, but Sonic as a character is very popular, then just make him not be able to run. Make him have to walk around and talk to people and show off his personality more. Make the rings less of a thing. Make the gyms less of a thing. You could do that in a very nice way too. You could just say Sonic defeated Robotnik. He collected all the rings. The rings have now disappeared from the world. He's collected all the gems. The gems have all disappeared from the world. And so now older Sonic has to live a different kind of life. Sonic really could be more of a Pokemon style game where Sonic is the trainer and he's just going around a natural environment collecting bugs or Pokemon like creatures. But yeah, it could also just be like a more puzzle adventure experience. It is an interesting statement that even my suggestions for Sonic are probably pretty stupid, in that my suggestions are to get the speed out of Sonic, a game known for speed. But yeah, what other games even exist have such an emphasis on speed? It's like Super Meat Boy. So yeah, if you could make a skin to Super Meat Boy and put Sonic in it, which probably already exists, and make your own Sonic game that's like Super Meat Boy, that would catch the speedrunning audience. Probably not a big enough audience for Sega, but there aren't too many Super Meat Boy clones that people really love. Let's see. Moving on, Square Enix sets the Life is Strange reveal weeks after ratings board leaked the game. The new Life is Strange game will release in 2026. Okay. I saw that X was down for a while today. It doesn't seem like it's completely down right now. But yeah, you can see some pretty nice images there. That's no indication really of what the game is actually going to look like, and when it's actually released, and definitely no indication on what the game is actually going to play like. But yeah, there's been massive amounts of layoffs also on the company, so there's whoever's making this game is not the same people, not all of the same people that hate previous Life is Strange games, which might be a good thing, might be a bad thing. Honestly, I don't think too much is going to change. I think they're just probably getting a little bit desperate for cash, and so instead of sticking to their idea of making new stories in the Life is Strange universe, they're going back to the original Max Caulfield character, which we'll see if people even really care about that. It may very well be a case that this is a series that is beloved by the creators of the game more than the gaming audience. And it definitely feels like back in the days when I was listening to Giant Bomb way too much, this is one of those games that was talked about way too much and promoted way too much, which leads them to be in a position of feeling like they are more important than they really are, more relevant to gamers than they really are. When the reality is that gamers in general tend to not really care about small indie games anywhere as much as it might seem if you follow the wrong video game journalists like to push a game over and over and over again way more than people care. Well, here's an interesting article. Amazon has greenlit a Fallout reality show where contestants live in a vault for a huge cash prize. Fallout Shelter is currently looking for contestants. I doubt it is actually going to be called Fallout Shelter, considering there's already a game called Fallout Shelter. You'd think that they wouldn't want to contaminate that idea. And really, this is just Big Brother. Like, that there might be a little bit more of a Fallout skin to it, but Big Brother has been going on in the UK for probably decades, and it's been going on for years in the United States. Yeah. So, yeah, I wouldn't have a lot of hope for this. It probably is a smart move on Prime Video's part, just because Prime Video really doesn't have a lot of stuff anyways, so stealing other ideas is probably a decent idea and putting their own spin on it. They already had a Fallout Christmas log thing that they put out, which was just I think it was called the Ghoul log instead of Yule log, and it was really just a bunch of Fallout style music playing while a log of a human arm was burning in a fireplace. I only got maybe an hour into it and then realized it wasn't going anywhere. I've started watching the after party on Amazon, on Apple TV also. I saw a YouTuber review it, so I figured I'd watch it, although I'm not paying much attention to it, and that's not very video game related as a show. But yeah, the day that Prime Video was announced, when it first came out, and the same is true for Netflix, they should have been stealing a lot more ideas. And particularly now that like Stranger Things is done, it is probably a smart move for there to have been some kind of game show, one or two game shows based on Stranger Things made by Netflix, and a after show talk. Like they still really are not embracing the idea of let's do a video podcast of people talking about the episode they just saw. You could easily double the amount of content you have. Only Murderers in the Building introduced that in their latest season, but they're pushing that podcast through something like Spotify, and so instead of just saying here is the podcast for the episode you just saw in the player you're watching it in, watch it now, like doubling the amount of content and the potential amount of satisfaction one could have for any individual project you have on Hulu or Netflix or Prime Video or Apple TV really would help. It would really help Apple TV, who barely makes anything at all, and they don't really license a lot of other stuff. So yeah, I do think this Fallout Big Brother concept is a smart idea. The problem I can see is that it may not feel very much like Fallout. It may be oversaturating the market with Fallout things, and it may very well just be the Mr. Beast games, which Mr. Beast games, everyone I've heard anybody say anything about them says that they are particularly just like cruel and not well thought out and and just not what you really would have wanted to see in a game show. Game shows have to be pretty generous. It is crazy that these streaming services don't have like telenovela style shows that they're just constantly making. They don't have a daytime TV soap opera type shows. They don't have talk shows really going on. Where, yeah, I would set aside a really small amount of budget to have a talk show, just Good Morning Prime, or something like that, to have somebody have a reason why they would want to jump in and watch these within 24 hours of them being uploaded and coming out. But yeah, the live streaming type concept really hasn't come to Prime or Netflix. But yeah, the idea of Netflix just being the premium place where you get premium prime time type content has long since been abandoned. It would be kind of silly to say Netflix or Prime Video makes such a large amount of primetime type content that it is actually competing with ABC, NBC, CBS, and Fox, which is really what they would have had to have competed with. They would have had to potentially have 12 new shows of primetime quality coming out at all times, and still they really would be just ignoring the fact that all of those over-the-air channels still are doing stuff throughout the rest of the day. It's not, they're not just like running old movies or running old TV shows. There's morning TV, there's soap opera, daytime TV, there's Saturday morning cartoons, things like that. And they're really not trying to compete too much with any of that. Let's see. Moving on, Yakuza Kiwami 3 continues the series' retro tradition by including 12 playable Game Gear titles in the Game Gear's debut in the series. It's the Game Gear's debut in the series that has featured playable arcade and Master System games. Interesting. That is, again, a case of Sega leaning on a very old history here. Most of these games not going to really knock your socks off, particularly in Game Gear form. The Game Gear could have easily beaten the Game Boy if it was as cheap as the Game Boy, if its batteries lasted a lot longer, which technologically at the time would have been impossible, and if it had had 4 buttons instead of 2, or 6 buttons instead of 4. It would have been crazy to put an analog stick in the Game Gear during that time, but it doesn't even have a select button compared to the NES controller. But yet, it is one of the earliest examples of where the technology may have been better, but the timing was wrong in that the Game Gear came out after people had already gotten a Game Boy. The price was wrong. The polish of the battery life was wrong. Yeah, because Game Gear just ate batteries like crazy. Not that the Game Boy was much better, but it was a little bit better. Let's see. The classic 80s role-playing adventure gamebook series, Fighting Fantasy, is coming to Switch. The first 4 books are being released in one playable collection, with more to come. It's a book series from 1982. I don't recognize this at all, so I'm not really sure how it would play, it seems like it would probably play more like a kind of visual novel. Or a choose your own adventure book. Yep, it's a choose your own adventure book with some slight polish on top of it. These kinds of books at one point would have been video games if video games could never have been made. If just like transistors and Pong never happened, you would have a lot more tabletop and interactive book things happening. Now, I question heavily what the age range of your average Switch player is. And I kind of feel like this is something that is historically relevant enough that it would be better if it was on PC. Which I don't see any evidence that it actually is on PC. Of course, if you put it on Steam, it also would be easily overlooked as a series. But yeah, I don't recognize any of these books, not that I would. They are particularly old, 1982, 1983. I don't recognize this logo. Yeah, that is exactly at the time when arcade games and video games would have come to their heyday. So in some alternate universe, these kinds of fighting fantasy books may have been one of the big things. This went all the way to 1995, but there was definitely a large division between video gamers and Dungeons and Dragons nerds, is the only way they would have been described, and this definitely falls in the category of the Dungeons and Dragons nerds. It may be somewhat noticeable or easily overlooked at how many video games were not really playing into that Tolkien-esque fantasy, like Mario, for instance, but really not playing into the Tolkien-esque fantasy. And even when you did have something fantasy like Zelda, it's not just trying to go down a list of monsters and creatures that you've seen before. So yeah, there definitely was a separation of two types of fandom there that really should have been on the same page and embraced each other. And I think in modern times we pretty well embrace somebody. I wouldn't look down on anybody for playing Dungeons and Dragons and video games, but I would even today realize and recognize that if you are into Dungeons and Dragons, that usually takes up all your time, or if you're into video games, that usually takes up most of your time. So it's pretty hard to be into both. Let's see. Super Nintendo World is getting an upgrade for its 5th anniversary. Universal Studios Japan will celebrate Nintendo theme park's birthday with special merchandise, food, and more. Yeah, it's already been 5 years that the Japanese Super Nintendo World has existed. It's a pretty small place. It's interesting also now that they are showing kids in the advertisements, because it kind of felt like they were really pushing more for adults to go as much as they were pushing for kids to go. They did effectively double the size with Donkey Kong Country, but that's still a pretty small place, and I just don't think that they are going to change any of the rides. And that's typical in the park, is that you may reskin a ride, but they tend to never really change them or remodel areas. Basically somebody has to die on a roller coaster, and I doubt they would on the small modern roller coasters in Super Nintendo World. But yeah, unless somebody dies or several people die, they just won't shut down a thing, and it would have to just become really unpopular, and I just don't see it ever becoming so unpopular that they would need to change much. We do, I think, have the Nintendo World in Florida, Universal Studios Florida. If that's not open yet, it's almost open, and so in that you'll have a slightly bigger area with just about the same ride and experience. The thing about the Universal Studios, though, is that they also have several non-Nintendo sections, so you can have potentially, I think it's like 5 different places that you could visit. So five days going to a park is somewhat believable. But all of those things are really expensive these days, and I'm not sure it's really worth the money. Moving on, Animal Crossing New Horizons version 3.0.0 update has added more improvements beyond what was announced. Numerous quality of life features have been added in the latest major patch. It is interesting that it would have a major number change though and not have any new features. Well, it does have new features, I guess. There is a resort hotel where players decorate rooms for visiting guests, an island reset service, a slumber island where players can build and design new lands without messing up their main island, and various collaborations with Nintendo and Lego IP. Interesting. This probably does deserve to be watched all the way through. One of the things about ordering glasses, though, is that if you just need them now, like if you ordering online is gonna kind of suck. Like, depending on how now has to be. If you wanted to overnight ship something, that's probably fine, but you also just online don't have a guarantee that they will actually ship anything out the same time you order it. So you may place an order and they can take a week and then ship it overnight, and you'll get overnight shipping technically, but it'd still be a week. And for something like glasses, that may not be good enough. It certainly explains why people breaking glasses, it's kind of a big deal, because you're just potentially blind, or at least can't see as well for all of your activities. It is interesting how Animal Crossing in particular is still probably as good as half of the architectural design your own house applications are out there. That even though it has a non-realistic animation style, I didn't know the Switch 2 had a microphone in it. I guess it does, but they don't really talk about it much. They haven't used it much. I haven't seen anybody use that camera attachment. I did realize that if I was going to do any kind of time lapse for either 3D printing or doing Lego, I definitely have a couple of extra phones that could be the cameras. So it's not a case where you just immediately need to buy a DSLR. Well, this uses the camera. Yeah, you don't need to buy a $500 camera base and a $500 camera lens immediately, or possibly ever. It's gonna just really come down to the level of images and photos you can get from a phone, an older phone. Yep. Zig says try iBuy Direct. The shipping is pretty fast. I already ordered from iBuy Direct. Zig suggested that to me. I had someone else suggest me an online store, and I compared the two, and yeah, I managed through iBuy Direct, this is not a commercial, to find a really cheap frame and get free shipping for the first time and get maybe 30% off. So it was $16 in total, which is, I recognize, a ridiculously cheap amount for glasses. So yeah, but I have them ordered. I'm just now waiting for them to arrive. But I only ordered one, and I probably will end up going back and ordering at least one spare. It just makes a lot of sense. I actually have a lot of glasses somewhere in my house in the mess that are the wrong lens. Somebody else had them, doesn't need them now. So if it's a proper frame where you could actually unscrew the frame a little bit and take the lenses out and put them in, there's a small chance that I could just get lenses. But I don't know, and I haven't done any research on it, if you can just buy lenses. Because yeah, if you could just buy the lens and not the frame, that would help, but I just don't think that's the case. Yeah, glasses, hearing aids, two of the most expensive accessibility things that you can get just ripped off on. I actually have a pair of hearing aids I also don't need that I couldn't really sell to anybody, just because I suck at selling things, but I know insurance paid like $2,000 for them, and so yeah. And hearing aids really suck as a technology because they just aren't really embracing Bluetooth without having some kind of app or accessory that they want to sell to you. Yeah, Zig says he discovered them and said, wow, it saves so much money that going in person was like $250 for glasses. He's on a bit of a delay. Again, the chat's on the delay. Yeah, that has been my experience too, is that you'll have these eye doctors that really aren't eye doctors, and they really are just stores trying to sell you frames and glasses, and $250 is kind of the average price that they are trying to push on you, and it's just like ridiculous. Yeah, the reason for that, at least it was the reason a couple of years ago, and I imagine it's still the case, is that Lens Crafters was effectively a monopoly, and the people who make lenses, not the store called Lens Crafters, was basically a monopoly. And so they would have a lot of different stores, but they were all run by the same company, and they all had the same price, and so they all just colluded to increase the price well beyond the cost of glass, because the cost of glass, even precisely cut to specific prescriptions, really should not cost that much. Remember, glass is what a Coca-Cola comes in. So if 20 years ago you could get a bottle of Coke for 50 cents, that's pretty much the same amount that it would have cost to have lenses made for glasses, and the frames aren't that much more expensive either. So yeah, $2.50, $5, that's about the material cost of your average pair of glasses, if I was to guess. And yet they want $250 from you because they know you're only going to change your prescription once a year at most, so you're only going to buy new glass lenses once a year, and ideally you may want to keep your frames, so you're only going to buy frames once every 10 years or so. And they certainly pushed it to be more of a fashionable thing, which is ridiculous. Yeah, it's a big ripoff. And it's really not trustworthy in my opinion. Maybe I'm a little paranoid, but if you go to one of these stores that is really just designed to sell you glasses and frames, which most of them are, it's just really questionable how good the eye doctors are, or how honest they are. I went to one that there's apparently a chain now that they are straight up tele-doctoring the eye doctors. So they've got people in India or China just VPNing, zooming in. Yeah, I guess that's it. Zooming into the room on a screen, and then they are directing you and controlling the eye chart, which I kind of hate the eye chart system. Man, this is a really long video on Animal Crossing. I was not expecting it to be 12 minutes long, but I'll keep talking for now and then we'll stop watching this. But yeah, I kind of hate the eye chart system where they're just saying better or worse, because A, I'm not indecisive, and B, I'm not perfect. So I would really hope that there could be a better system to identify the perfect prescription for somebody, other than just saying better or worse over and over again. Because yeah, there's a lot of times that I was just like, I don't really know. It's like, that looks like it might be better in one direction or worse in one direction, or just about the same. And I imagine they're locking down very small values, so it is just going in that direction where it is just going to be harder and harder to visually tell. And then at one point when he was looking in my eyes, he pointed to a corner of the room and said, look in that corner of the room, and I was looking at it, and then my ADD kicked in and I started looking somewhere else, and then I go, oh nope, I'm supposed to be looking in this corner. I imagine it didn't really affect anything. I did like the doctor that I found, a smaller doctor, not really pushing glasses. He technically was attached to like a JCPenney, which I guess it's called Penny's now, store, but his office was like didn't even have a door to the Penny's. So he was definitely not pushing it very hard. So yeah, I liked the doctor, although I may have insulted the doctor. I was peeved in having to give any private information at all, because I don't want to get extra bills showing up, which has happened to me last time I did anything medical. Is that we agreed on a price, and then they said, well, we want this lab work done, and I said fine. Every checkup I've ever had has had lab work, and then they said the lab work was extra and tried to send me a bill, so it went from like $50 for a general checkup to $500 for lab work, and I definitely did not want to pay that, did not agree to pay that. So I was a little peeved in having to put any information, and really, like, my main plan, if I ever end up in the ER, is to throw my wallet away and just say my name is John Doe and not give them any information so they can't bill me. But anyways, so I scribbled my address pretty poorly on the paperwork before I really had talked to the guy, and he couldn't read my address, which is ironic considering he's an eye doctor, and any doctor can usually read scribbling. And so he's asking me what my address is, and I said, oh, it's this, and then I said, maybe you should get your eyes checked, and he kind of laughed it off. But yeah, it was a risky joke, certainly. I could see him getting pissed off at that. Let's see. Zig says, he said a while ago, glad you got them. Did you get the blue light filter or any fancy stuff? I think I got blue light filter. I'm not sure I even really want blue light filter as an artist. You kind of want to see your screen exactly the way it is. And so filtering out blue light could potentially be a problem as an artist. And I'm not really even an artist, but I'm a critic. So if I'm looking at a video game and I say something like, I'm not seeing a lot of blue here, then that could be a mistake on my part when there is blue. I did want to get like the oil resistant coating, but it wasn't an offer on the cheap ones I found. Anti-scratch coating, I think, definitely makes a lot of sense. But for my first pair of glasses ever, I could see where going more expensive and getting an oil resistant so you don't get smears and smudges as much would help. Like right now, my glasses have all kinds of smudges on them, and I'm not particularly good at cleaning them and not touching the lenses. Certainly, I'm new to all of this, but yeah, every single new thing you would get on the lens is just another thing that they would add more money to. So they definitely are doing a bait and switch thing where they'll show you the price of the frame and you'll think, oh, that's a decent price for a pair of glasses, but no, that's just a frame. Then there's a cost for the lenses, then there's a cost for the blue light filter or other features, each of which bumps it up and up and up. So yeah. Well, there's the audio clipping again. Yeah, I just don't know what's wrong with my computer, but there's clearly something wrong with it, that the audio just is stammering more and more. It might be my microphone. It might, but yeah, it doesn't feel like too much happened there, GPU wise. Then Zig said, my fave is when they use that machine to look into, and they blow the air into your eye. Yeah, first time I've ever have that happen too. That's weird as far as how sensitive that must be to be able to test eye pressure in that way. I mentioned to the doctor Prey, the more recent Prey game where you stick a needle in your eye. Of course, there's actually a couple of games where you stick a needle in your eye. Dead Space 2, you stick a needle in your eye too, in one scene, and it's more horrific, frankly, in that one. But yeah, the all those tests were done, so that was my concern, certainly, as I was going to go to a doctor and he was just going to do the eye chart, just write a prescription, and not test for anything like glaucoma or anything like that. And I assume he did all the tests. He did a bunch of tests, and I assume he did them right. So I have to be in my ignorance, happy with the experience, and I was happy with the experience, and I am happy with the experience. Yeah. There was actually 2 blue light filter lenses I saw. There seemed to be one specifically for a high use of screen time, and then there seemed to be one for just normal time, and it was more expensive for the high use screen time ones. It's worth pointing out though that you can, in every operating system, install either a program, or in Linux it's usually built in, that would straight up do blue light filter on software sides, so you don't really need to have it in your glasses. Again, that's changing what you actually see, and so artistically that can be a problem. I forget the name of it, but there was a pretty popular one that would turn down the colors as it got later in the evening and make it warmer. Instead of a bright blue-white color, it would make it more of a warm red-white color. But yeah, I don't remember what the name of that software for Windows was. It's pretty much built in to Linux. So yeah, I think perhaps some of the blue light hysteria may be more marketing than reality, if I was to guess. But yeah, we do spend a lot of time looking at screens. Then Zig said, I'm surprised that Pennies is still around. I think Pennies, when it's a name, is Pennys, not like the currency, which aren't really around anymore. I worked at Sears as my first job, and now they're out of business. Yeah, Sears was one of the first. Sears was the Amazon.com of its day. You used to be able to order out of the Sears catalog entire houses. But by the time I was old enough to walk around in the Sears, and I spent a lot of time walking around malls, it was already on its way out as a store. It suffered, I think, pretty badly by sticking with malls, when it would have probably done better to own the building like Walmart did, and it just didn't have the level of success that Walmart did. It never, I think, had groceries. Its different departments were fairly limited. Sears used to have a photographer that you'd go and get your family photos taken at as one section, and Sears was very well known for its appliances and its tools. But you started to just have Lowe's and Home Depot have more of an inventory for appliances and hardware and tools. There was just not as much space in your average Sears in a mall paying rental fees into a mall, which malls get like a percentage of all of your sales. So that they're really scammy things. And Sears was just kind of run poorly, because at the very least, as it started to struggle, they should have gone back to being an online or a magazine based company and just back to basics. They also had, usually in different buildings, a appliance repair center, and that was the default place you would go to repair a lawnmower or something like that, and that just doesn't happen anymore. Let's see, I'm going through all Zig's chats here. I still haven't adjusted the font size. And that's kind of an OBS problem here, is that the text in the chat box I have is not adjustable. He said his optimist told him to get it because of high screen time. Additionally, he's talking about the blue light filter. Additionally, that it was best for me to look away from the screen periodically because I have developed nearsightedness and I haven't been exercising the other muscle in my eye apparently. Well, Zig is younger than me, and for him to have developed nearsightedness early is a shame. It definitely points to that the need for some protection and some variety. I imagine Zig has an actual computer monitor that is right in front of his face, whereas I may have delayed some of the nearsightedness I developed by having computer monitors be TVs and the TVs being further away. But yeah, the eye doctor I said is basically you hit a certain age and it just starts to kick in. And then Zig says the software doesn't block all of it. We talked about that as well. Plus it's ugly though. I do believe blue light keeps you awake though. Yeah. Well, on the idea that blue light keeps you awake, if it does, I just don't see myself doing well with wearing the glasses right when I'm about to fall asleep. And I almost always fall asleep instantaneously when I do fall asleep, so if I have glasses on at that point, I am going to just sleep in them and probably break them. So that is another concern, if it really got to that point. Yeah, I've got so many things messing with my sleep schedule though. I think blue light is the least of my concerns at this point. But yeah, I don't think it's bad to have the blue light filter. I just think particularly as an artist, you're going to have to take your glasses up and look at least the final draft of your animations every now and then, just to make sure you've got the color palette the way you want it. Ninzig said he worked Sears Black Friday as a cashier in the early 2000s and it was crazy. Yeah, 2000s would have still been the heyday of Sears. Alright, let's get back to video game news here, or I'm never gonna finish. Let's see. Amazon unveils a first look at Sophia Turner as Lara Croft in a new Tomb Raider series. Amazon Prime Tomb Raider show is being written by Phoebe Waller-Bridge. Okay. At a certain point, I kind of feel like some of these live action translations of video games have just turned into the next evolution of cosplayers. Which honestly there hasn't been a lot of new cosplay that I've seen lately, and it seems like a lot of cosplay nowadays has really just evolved into competing with OnlyFans. So it's lewd or straight up nude cosplay, and basically just porn, and very little interest in the costume. If we actually look at the costume here of this character, it looks like it's a pretty basic green t-shirt, which I think Lara Croft wears a blue t-shirt and an off-the-shelf gun holster, off-the-shelf glasses. It does seem like it matches pretty well. The ponytail matches pretty well. Physically, not 100% what I would think of when I think of Lara Croft, but probably closer to Lara Croft than the Angelina Jolie character in the movie. And I didn't even watch the most recent Tomb Raider movie. A TV series, yeah, Alicia Vikander was the most recent movie. A TV series instead of movies probably makes a little bit more sense. You could go on more adventures and maybe stretch it out. No, I don't think it really does, though, because inherently Lara Croft is just Indiana Jones, and an Indiana Jones TV series just sounds silly to me. Young Indiana Jones tried that and didn't get a lot of attention. There's a lot of either photoshopping going on here or editing or dirt. Like, as far as the actual photo here, it seems like they have not posed her particularly well, because I think you'd come and have somebody take these wrinkles down so you wouldn't see a wrinkle. I've never seen a professional photo with wrinkles, and this feels like a shirt that they may have very well shrunk so it would curve to her every part of her boob, but they may have glued it down, frankly, to get to that point. You do have the dual holster guns. I don't know if Lara Croft wears gloves. You do have hot pants, but not the right color. This is kind of an awkward contortion of a body here to imply that hourglass figure that's pretty impossible for a real human to have. Here they're trying to push the butt out more and bend the side in more, which if they had taken it at more of an angle, then they would have hid this part that exposes the fact that they're angling it in such a way for more of that hourglass figure. You're never really gonna get a super muscly actual actress, so we've got that. The thigh here, again, because of the angle, looks way thicker than from this angle, so you have a disconnect there. So yeah, I don't think that's a particularly good photo. Nothing going on in the background, and yet they used a background that is not a solid color, whereas usually in photography it's either going to be pure white in the background, or if you were going to green screen any of it, you would green screen, have a green or a blue screen, probably a blue screen. They started using blue screens because the cameras got better and they could differentiate more with a blue screen than a green screen. But yeah, what Lara Croft looks like is not particularly even the most interesting part of any kind of Tomb Raider movie or show. What's going to be interesting is what is Lara Croft doing and what kind of Indiana Jones-esque adventure it is. Harrison Ford looks fine for a male actor, but he's no Brad Pitt. His input and his appearance really played very little to what made the first three Indiana Jones movies exciting. When you think about it, it was the special effects, it was the big action scenes, it was the thrill of everything. The eye candy was usually the female leads in the Indiana Jones movies, and even then they weren't that much of a player in what made the movies good. Yeah. And definitely I've seen other cosplay. I won't look it up for fear of something lewd showing up, but I've seen better cosplay on Lara Croft done by non-professional costume designers. And inherently that is another big problem, is you get these projects and everybody wants to have their own input, and then all of a sudden the show that's being made just does not feel like the source material at all. Yeah, let me zoom in so I can get the name right here. Valx Bruno, VALX Bruno, is on the chat saying hi. Hi, Valx Bruno. Final Fantasy VII Remake for the PS5 and PC are getting a streamlined progression features coming to the Switch 2 and Xbox. The game arrives on Nintendo and Microsoft platforms next week. Yep. We finally are seeing what I've wanted to see for a long time, which is these JRPGs are realizing that even the Japanese audiences just don't have enough time or enough desire to play these games for as long as they have been played. So it's a simple solution, but it works, I would bet. It maxes out the player's health points and magic points, so essentially ensuring they cannot die, and it sets the damage dealt to every enemy to 9,999, making battles far quicker, and gives players the maximum number of every item where possible. Essentially, the features are an optional way for players to explore the game and its story, even if they don't like the combat or find it too difficult. Alright, well, that is probably the sales point for me. I've always been a little scared to jump into any of the Final Fantasy games because of just the time commitment. And now, if Final Fantasy VII Remake and Final Fantasy Remake Integrate are going to have these streamlined progression options, then I can play Final Fantasy VII. That doesn't cover any of the other, 15 Final Fantasy games that might exist out there. Probably more than 15 if you include all the side games, but it's something. And yeah, so yeah, I can see myself very much getting, at some point in the future, the Final Fantasy remakes. I still would probably hold off until the third game is out, and just to make sure it doesn't like get stuck in development hell forever, or it doesn't end the story. There is a slight problem in that the Final Fantasy VII Remake is perhaps changing the story a little bit more than the original Final Fantasy, so there still is an argument to playing the original Final Fantasy game, which probably doesn't have streamlined progression. But I definitely hope this is the way forward for all RPGs. It's just that there is effectively a story mode, there is effectively a cheat mode. In many games you probably could have modded them to do the same as this is happening. And it doesn't completely get rid of all the grind, because I imagine several enemies are going to not be one-hit kills if you're doing 9,999 damage to them, but it speeds the process up, certainly. I've often argued that there probably should be a company like Limited Run Games out there that are modding old RPGs so that it just jumps from one save state to another and completely eliminates the grind and the fighting. This system that they're implementing, it would be a little bit more nuanced than that, and probably a better way to do things. So yeah, I hope all future and all old RPGs get updated for similar streamlined progression, and there's a decent chance where goes Final Fantasy, a lot of other JRPGs and RPGs will go. Also, you just have to make sure you warn players that this isn't the true experience. If you are going to be playing streamlined progression, it's not the experience that they originally devised. Although, frankly, the reason they originally devised the experience in most games to be slow and grindy is just to make the game feel like it's worth the amount of money you paid for it. You have a quote here. It's such poor quality software, end quote. Good Old Games owner criticizes Windows, says it will support Linux better in the future. Quote, here we have, it's not the best ecosystem, end quote. Now what's interesting here is that they used a single quote at the top here for a quote, and then a double quote here. That's really a level of inconsistency that highlights how the subheadlines versus the headlines may be written by different people on news sites. Otherwise, there's no reason to switch. You would switch from quotes to double quotes if you were quoting someone else. So normally you would do double quotes when quoting somebody, and then if they were quoting somebody inside their quote, so he said, she said, and you weren't going to rewrite it, just to avoid that, you would put a single quote. Now in programming, particularly on Linux, single quotes and double quotes have fairly different meanings. They do almost the exact same thing, but a single quote in Linux command line bash is to say you ignore any extra commands, any escape characters in single quotes, and you just print it as is, where double quotes are usually processed and escape characters are processed, which you'll often want to use backslashes, and using backslashes in one way will escape the character following the backslash, and then another way will just print a backslash. Which, yeah, I ran into a whole Linux problem where I was looking at a log in the wrong place, and so I had to rewrite a command because of that, and I still haven't tested it to see if it actually worked. I'm gonna have to probably reboot my computer first, which frankly wouldn't be a bad idea. Alright, well, that's going to bring us to the Gematsu articles. Again, I don't want this stream to become a 5-hour stream, so we'll move as fast as we can through this. News is starting to happen and things are starting to slow down throughout the whole streams, which I'm getting a decent amount of views these days. A big part of that is probably people jumping in the chat and talking, is potentially promoting my videos more, but yeah, I don't know how long people really are staying with the streams to get the watch time up. I definitely am still very, very far away from having enough watch time. Code Vein 2 character trailer, Xenon Griffogo. Well, that's probably not how you... Griffgoat? I don't know how you would pronounce that, but the way I just pronounced it is almost certainly wrong. But, yeah, they've got a character trailer on Gematsu if you want to check that out. Why? Uh-oh. I did not turn the mature content warning back on, which means the checkbox also wasn't added. Those should be separate things, I just haven't separated them out. And that means every single game in tab here doesn't have the adult content filter going on in it. Alright, we're gonna have to cross our fingers and just hope. I don't even have the old system in which I could move my mouse cursor to the other window to switch visions. That's not enabled at the moment either. Arknight's infield tops 35 million pre-registrations and new trailers. It is definitely amazing how much pre-advertisement games have to do, as far as just we need pre-registrations, we need commercials, we need to really get people. Zig says no 5-hour stream for OnlyFace. I never want to stream for 5 hours because that literally is a pain in my backside as far as just sitting in a chair that long. But it definitely happens. Zig says I try to keep your streams going in the background while I'm programming. Yep, that is how I imagine a lot of people would be able to tolerate me, and it is very much greatly appreciated. And that gets the watch time up. Unfortunately, it really just needs to be a snowball effect of getting multiple people to do that and to get the watch time high enough. And certainly it's a snowball effect. If the algorithm started promoting a lot of my older stuff, which it doesn't tend to really promote old stuff that much, particularly if you haven't watched it before, I definitely have a lot of older stuff that could get a lot more views and a lot more watch time. It's just you have to get over the point where the algorithm thinks you're worth promoting. Self-Worth is now available for Switch 2 alongside Battle for Croker Command update. Yeah. It's worth pointing out that these news live streams really are not what I want my channel to be prominent of. I really would prefer the pre-recorded footage be watched, but it doesn't seem like it happens so much, that the live streams get promoted differently and the shorts get promoted differently, and I've seen more views certainly from live streams than pre-recorded uploads, which really sucks, because even if I was putting a lot of polish and editing into my pre-recorded episodes, they still probably wouldn't get promoted as much by the algorithm. And that's true for pretty much all content creators. The 7 Deadly Sins Origin has been delayed to March. I don't know if there's real reason to scroll down here. But yeah, we do have the font size bigger for the articles, and I'm happy with that. The 100-line Last Defense Academy is officially a 1 and 2 pack, updated to enable start of the sequel without clear data. Interesting. Yeah, I don't feel like this is a bundle of an older game. I feel like this is a fairly new game. Yeah, let's see. April 23rd, 2025. And so maybe they just didn't think they could actually sell the second game separately. This is definitely that art style of Danganronpa. And yeah. Danganronpa in particular is a game that would have really sucked if they hadn't added all of the story in one game, which is how they originally released it. But then they also added a little bit of extra stuff to Danganronpa for the PC release. But honestly, Danganronpa 1, 2, 3, and the side game should probably be in some bundle, because it doesn't Danganronpa tell the complete story. It tells a complete story, but not all of the complete story. Let's see, Yakuza Kiwami 3 and Dark Ties demo has been announced. I'm pretty sure we've made a YouTube short on this. Reloading these to see if the checkbox is checked. Let's see, Mahjongami is coming to the PS5 on May 28th alongside a Trials update. Don't recognize this game, so if there's been an announcement around it, I've totally forgotten about it. Apparently, I have seen it before. It is very much a different kind of art style. I don't know if I could compare it too much. It does have almost like a done in chalk cardboard cutout feel to it. Perhaps a pretty extreme color palette also. Ace Combat Skies Unknown sales have topped 7 million. Ace Combat 7 Skies Unknown. So that seems like that is a pretty big success. Neverness to Everness Coex test is set for February 6th to the 20th. That is a interesting title, I would say. Ace Combat 8 Wings of Thief is not out yet. Lovish launches February 5th. I feel like we had already covered this story, but maybe not by Gamatsu. Looks like a bunch of 8-bit games. I don't know if they are from the past. I would suspect probably not. This is another great example of a game art style that if you really just can't draw, you could probably still draw this instead of AI. Okay, you stepped in poop. Yeah, that definitely feels like that's a newer game aping old art styles. Interesting. There is something certainly to be said about comedic style and writing style too, in that the bar is pretty low for video games. You can write just about anything, and as long as it mostly makes sense and is not just incredibly offensive or incredibly stupid, people will be okay with it. Whereas I would be much more critical for plot twists and things like that that are in video games to show up in movies or TV. But yeah, and there are definitely, I imagine, some comedic styles that would irritate me in particular, like the low effort troll games that we see very often released on Steam, the political games that are low effort things are not going to be something I would put any attention to. But yeah, there's only been a couple of stories that were slightly offensive. And that's mostly because they just didn't foreshadow the twist that made them offensive at the end. Whereas if you look at something like Agony Unrated, like, you know in the trailer, you know what that's going to be, or Hellraiser, that game, when it comes out, you pretty much know that that is going to be full of a lot of dark, violent imagery, sadomasochism, sex, things like that. So as long as you know that's what it is by the trailer, nobody's going to be too upset if that's what you deliver. one of the most offensive games I've played is one where you're playing just a standard point and click adventure game, and then in the last like 30 minutes of maybe 8 hours of gameplay, they introduce this concept that the father of the character you're playing as was fantasizing about his daughter, the character you're playing, in a sexual way in these novels he was writing. And so it's just like out of nowhere you have incest as a plot coming out of nowhere, and it just wasn't foreshadowed, and there was just no reason for it to end that way. And a twist just for the sake of twists is usually very off-putting. So yeah, that's why I found it kind of an offensive game. Offensive is probably the wrong word. Just off-putting. It's just not the twist you want. Imagine if Game of Thrones had no violence or incest or sex in it until the last episode of the series. Like, that would be very off-putting. But since that's what they pretty much established in the first scene of the first episode, yeah, I mean, you can't really complain too much that that's what most of the series has in it. Zig said a while ago he really enjoys the Ace Combat Skies Unknown, and then he said his game on Thursday is going to be silly, not gonna lie, in GL. Yeah, his game definitely is very different from the demo I played about a month ago, it looks like, and I was a little surprised that Ziggs was going as much in the silly direction, but I mean, it already had a bit of silliness to it, so going deeper in the silly direction is not super surprising. And considering he's using Game Maker, considering his art style is smaller sprite characters, silliness and story is going to help him differentiate his game from others. Whereas if he had made just a straight up fantasy, serious fantasy game, it would have looked in screenshots and description too much like too many other RPG Maker style games. So yeah, silliness probably is the right direction for him. Moving on, Resident Evil Requiem details gameplay, story, and collaborations, and more. It's also going to be available through GeForce Now Cloud Gaming. Wonder about the collaborations there. And I definitely wonder if Grace Ashcroft is just going to be minimalized as a character, and you're gonna spend 80% of the game playing as Kennedy and then 20% as Ashcroft. I suppose it's worth pointing out when Zig says his game on Thursday, he's showing off his game at a game meetup that I'm planning to go to. I can only say I'm planning because I never know with as sleepy as I often get. They're really pointing out some mysteries with Elphys and zombies in general. They are saying Grace Ashcroft is going to have limited bullets, and so it definitely feels like she is going to be going around this hotel playing a lot closer to the original Resident Evil game, although nowhere as much limited stuff. And then Leon S. Kennedy is going to be Um, is going to be more of a powerhouse. Yeah, you can see here they're even bringing back the typewriters. So spiritually, this might be the real remake of Resident Evil 1, although storyline-wise it won't be. But yeah, you can see, or you can barely see, there that there's an ink ribbon and there's 8 spots for inventory. And so I imagine this is Ashcroft's inventory that she has to work within. Whereas, let's go back here. This is going to be Leon's inventory, much closer to Resident Evil 4, where you just can hold a lot more stuff. It definitely seems like they're going to be in the same place, but maybe not at the same time. So it may be that Ashcroft is always just going to be slightly ahead of Leon, and thus she's going to be who he's trying to save. Although frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if this is the last game with Leon and he just gets killed and it turns out he was ahead of her, and so he clears out most of the zombies in the hotel, and then she is left taking out the few remaining ones. One of the things about the Resident Evil 1 remaster is that with DLC I imagine I've gotten, there are skins for the way Chris Redfield and Jill Valentine look in Resident Evil 5, basically. But it would be pretty ridiculous to play the game the first time in those skins. Even if they do look a little bit better, they're just not really going to match the theme and the visuals of Resident Evil 1. Not only is the pictures are the skins way more polished, but the characters themselves are just way more muscly. Let's see. Zig says currently working on a boss where it is the U.S. Department of Education, and it's just Uncle. Again, I'm gonna have to figure out how to make the text bigger. It's just a Uncle Sam Bill with a giant muscles, cut off jean shirt. Yeah. Zig's game has a weird. I don't think he's released the story or the background here, but it has a college theme to it. On top of being a fantasy theme, which definitely is something different and will stand out more because of that. I'm not sure if the idea there is it going to be the Uncle Sam I Want You poster with the arms then being 3D punching people and then cut off jeans added to the bottom of the poster, or if it is the Abraham Lincoln style appearance of an Uncle Sam picture, but all in 3D or all in sprite form. Yeah, I think his game is seeming a lot like Death Spank as a game, as far as its level of comedy and the way it's going to play, which is a very different type of game from what I would generally just describe as a RPG Maker style game. It may also have some feel that is close to something like Cat Quest. So yeah, there have been some successes certainly on that style of game. But yeah, it's all about getting the wish lists and promoting. And it says control plus scroll on chat box. Does that in... Alright, let's see. Let's see if I can. Well, right now I'm not even signed in. I will try it. Control plus. There we go. Alright, let me just scroll this to a ridiculously large amount of space. Then, because the chat itself is in OBS, and so it's a window inside the OBS window. So Zig helped quite a bit there. Alright. So I'm just going to stretch the chat for these vertical streams to go all the way, so it's taking up a significant amount of the space. Yeah. Alright, so that fixed that. Hopefully it stays that way, but if not, I'll remember that that's how to make it bigger. That is going to solve a lot of my problems as far as being able to read the chat. Of course, once my glasses come in, I'm expecting that'll solve a lot of problems too. I have a lot of Resident Evil games I need to get through though before I would decide to buy Requiem. And I'm still not sure, like, if we're going to see any more remakes, or if they are just going to have to speed up the release schedule of new Resident Evils. Because, yeah, either they go back and they remake 1 or they remake 0, and reboot 1 and reboot 0, or they remake 5 and they remake 6, which that's going to be a tall order. Moving on, Dragon Quest VII Reimagined details, vocations, and vicious monsters. Dragon Quest VII, or any of the Dragon Quest games, getting accelerated progression is something that I'd be very excited to hear if it happened. It hasn't happened yet, but I would love to potentially go through the Dragon Quest series more than I would like to go through the... Why are half of these pictures not loaded? Through the Final Fantasy series. Because I feel like Dragon Quest is perhaps... It's definitely slightly more popular in Japan, but I think it's perhaps a little bit more kid-friendly. Yeah. But yeah, there's also the Atelier series, which in the case of the Atelier series, really it's only Atelier Ryzen as a series that I would really want to play. So that's only 3 games. It would be very easy to play that. Zig says, I know the control scroll because I can barely see lols. Well, I just hit control plus on the number pad and that worked. Oh, that probably would have worked too, is if I held down control and then scrolled forward. Let's see. Yeah, it works in one direction and doesn't work in the other. Whoops. Let me see. Yeah. Well, that sucks. I've just really screwed up the chat now. This really sucks. And I can see chat things and I can't see it. It's not control minus. And okay, I don't even know how to. Let's see, I guess I can do that. Man. So Zig said it's the I'm One Chew poster appearance. It's cartooned and changed a bit. And then he says for the meetup I have 3 players that I'm working on. There's spells, abilities, a shapeshifter, a fisher, and a vampire. In the full game they'd have to learn those abilities, but I'm just unlocking them for now. I am frankly amazed by how much Zig has been able to do in his game in the short amount of time, relatively speaking, that he's been working on it, and that he is comfortable and confident to be showing off even just a battle demo. Now, he may be looking for maybe a little too much feedback. That's going to come down to each individual developer's style, but if I was developing a game, I would have worked for at least 6 months in silence before I showed off anything. Yeah, I've totally screwed up the chat. For some reason, zooming in made it too big, and now I can't figure out how to zoom it out. I had it perfect and screwed up. Whatever. Let's continue going through the news again. I don't want to turn this into the non-stop live stream. Let's see. No Rest for the Wicked early access sales top 1 million. Yeah, there's comments here I can't see on the chat because of the way it's all set up. Only thing I could try and do is see if that changes anything. Nope. Oh. All you have to do is right click zoom in and right click zoom out. So Zig says control minus question mark. I'd look that up. Well, in OBS, when I right click, it just has zoom in, reset zoom, and zoom out. So I reset the zoom, and now I am zooming in again to get it back to where it is. Wonder if my Patreon actually is active at the moment. I will check on that off screen later, but as Zig says, the animation software saved me a lot of time, and I got another tool that allows for live coding changes, which saves a lot of time. Yep. I imagine, like most games, though, Zig's game is going to, once he starts to get to the 80% of all the features that he wants and all the ideas that he wants, the last 20% is going to take way longer than he expects. And that's usually true for most game developers, is that you start adding more polish and you just start to fluff out things. Like you make the tools to make levels, then you start to actually have to make the levels, and that usually takes a lot more time. Here we can see No Rest for the Wicked is rated very positively. Is it in early access? Yes, it is. Togi, I assume that's how that's pronounced, Productions and Mojinkan Studio announced Work for PC based on the Game Jam prototype test. Interesting. It is funny that game developers often become the symbol of being overworked and being obsessed with, or being worn down by being overworked. Yeah. When undoubtedly there are people that are in factory assembly lines that are being overworked even more, and people assembling furniture and building houses that are being overworked. But they don't have an outlet to be heard as often, which maybe is a great argument for having a very vocal union to point out when a lot of people are overworked. Retail people are overworked. Burger flippers are overworked. Everybody is overworked, and it is one of the intentional parts of capitalism, unfortunately, is to exploit the working class as much as possible until you break them down physically and mentally, and you replace them with another human being. Coffee Talk is coming to iOS and Android on March 20th. I do have Coffee Talk on my wish list. I'm a little iffy as to whether I would really play it. Yeah, Zig says, and again he's on a delay, for me level design is rough, especially since I'm doing the open world approach. There's just so much empty space. It's daunting. Yeah. There's a trick as a critic that I would look for in developing open worlds and stories, and Skyrim is perhaps a good example to use, in that you have to think about what is the story that you want to tell. Why is it important that one of the northmost cities in Skyrim is connected to a port and a pier where a boat can land, and there is a whole event in Skyrim where a king shows up and you're getting on that boat and the king is on that boat, and so that one event dictated the design of that one city. But yeah, they very much at the beginning of Skyrim want you to start at the very bottom of the screen and just naturally work your way north to a small village that's a little tutorial area, and then you walk out of a very forested area where you don't see much after a while, and you see a very big open plains area, and you see the first central big city in Skyrim. And then when you go to the left in Skyrim, you're pretty much always doing quests to side with one faction, and when you're going to the right, you're doing quests to side with another faction. Generally, if you go to the left only, you're doing side quests that aren't going to move the story forward as much as going to the right, which eventually you go a little bit to the right, and that's when the main story starts to end. But also, you're given quests from that central hub to go in each different locations. A more simplified thing that is very common in game development is you'll have a more Zelda-esque, this is the volcano area, this is the water area, this is the grassland area, this is the desert area. You just have different regions based on things, and honestly, if you even have 4 different looking regions, you're doing better than most Star Wars movies, where it's usually just a desert planet, an ice planet, and a civilization planet. But yeah, the land should be subtly telling the story of the entire history of that world. The suggestion specifically for something that is going to be college based is think about what different courses are in the college and make the land, perhaps magically or just coincidentally, echo which each of the courses are. So if there is an athletics department in a college, one section of the world should be tall trees that people are climbing and swinging from, and large grasslands that people are racing on and running on. That athletics evolved because of the nature in that region, where if there is a science course curriculum, one region should probably be full of crystals and gems and scientific type things, maybe explosions of lava and gunpowder and heat and electricity, lightning, things like that. And that can really give you 3 or 4 sections that just kind of transition and smoothly blend in whereas art might be a beautiful location that would inspire art. And so yeah, since it is this college thought, you could go from that direction and have the world represent the parts of colleges. You could also certainly look up some of the planned out college layouts online, like if Harvard or Brown or UCLA or whatever college you have, a lot of the Ivy League colleges were intentionally designed to look a certain way. So if you look at their layout and it has a certain feel overall to how the buildings are laid out, that can inspire certain things too, that the entire land feels like a college. And then as far as empty space, my suggestion is you really are just going to have to either procedurally or randomly drop a bunch of stuff. Like you're going to just have to have rocks and trees and things like that that show up and feel natural and fill out the world, so it doesn't just look like a blank tile set. That's one of the things Vampire Survivors I think really sucks about, is that many of the main levels in Vampire Survivors are pretty empty. There's just nothing in them. Continuing with the video game news from Gamatsu, Coffee Talk Tokyo has been delayed to May 21, which, yeah, I suppose coffee is pretty popular in Tokyo. I do question though whether you really need yet another Coffee Talk game and whether it does anything particularly special by setting it in Tokyo other than it lets you have a bunch of cat characters show up. Let's make sure we made a YouTube short here. I did see a video on YouTube of someone making a generator, a kind of random level generator in Godot, which, like most tutorials for Godot, makes it look really easy. You can just click a button and it will just randomly place tiles based on a very small amount of procedural programming and setup. But that's only really going to get you so far. It's a good starting place, certainly, but yeah, inherently a open world is best when it actually isn't an open world. The big field in the middle of Ocarina of Time is probably a great example of what not to do when making open world games, where you can literally just run from one section to the other. And Nintendo would have never had that big field if it wasn't also hiding loads and unloads for the game. But yeah, you want hills and things that would stop you, streams and walls and canyons, to really stop you from just walking in a straight line as the crow flies from one point to the other. Skyrim's a little bit better at that, but it still doesn't really do a good job of discouraging you from trying to walk in a straight line, and the walking distance in Skyrim is often too far. So very often you will find yourself trying to walk over a hill that obviously you're not supposed to. Moving on, Sonic the Hedgehog 35th anniversary trailer. I think we already watched this. And then Togi Productions Game Jam titles Project Kill Dance, Project Homecoming Haven, and Party Party Anxiety are now available for free. Which, okay. That is interesting that you would have 3 Game Jam games just put on Steam. Typically, these types of Game Jam games don't bother to get released on Steam. They get released on either the Game Jam's website or the developer's own website. Yeah, this looks like it's a decent amount of polish for a Game Jam game. My guess is that it probably doesn't have a lot of levels to it. This is an interesting, more pixely art style, although the actual game looks like it's probably just a cozy cleanup game. But again, it's a Game Jam game, so how much can you really criticize it for being what it is? And if anything, I would say this is almost certainly a Game Jam game that that had some assets that they were using from an asset store, because that's a lot of pixel art items to have made in just a week or two. I'm not sure if games about anxiety really would work. Interesting kind of Uno type match elements. See, they're calling these greenhouse projects instead of Game Jam projects, which makes me wonder if they had just more going on, like more time to develop them. So I'm going to go ahead and add each of these games to my library, because I love to get new games to my library that I may never play. and then I'll make YouTube shorts on them, although only 2 of those links are actually open. Interesting. And I closed that page, so I guess we could unclose the page. Where are we now? Project. This one. And this one. And then the third one. It was an internal game jam. Anyways. So it wasn't a public one, so that might change a lot. Certainly too. Kill dance is what we're looking for. Which, yeah. Apparently they don't have a link for it. Alright, so I'll look for that later. Just that doesn't work either particularly well. So the next story was Forgive Me Father 2 for Switch launches January 22nd. It's currently available for the PS5, Xbox Series, and PC. It looks like it is some kind of horrific nightmare type game, and it's rated very positively as far as a first-person shooter. Yeah, games like this might be the closest thing to something like a new Doom game, but probably won't ever get the level of reception that Doom got just because of the massive amount of competition. The next Life is Strange game is going to be announced on January 20th. Talked about that. Grid Legends Deluxe Edition for Switch 2 launches January 29th. It's rated very positively. So why is it not on my wish list instead of only being on the fall list? It's a single player game. It's not in early access. I guess I just haven't looked at it since 2022. So I'll add it to the wish list, take it off the fall list. Homura the Crimson Warrior launches March 31st in the West. Is this a visual novel? Yes, it is. It's an Otome young maiden visual novel. BlazBlue Entropy Effect X demo is now available for PS5 and Switch. We'll leave it at that. A game called Relooted launches February 10th. Reclaim real looted African artifacts. There was another game where you were running around stealing art from rich people. I don't think it was this one though. So typically it does seem like when somebody has an idea or game pitch, somebody else hears about it and then tries to copy it, or maybe the idea just naturally enters the head of two people separately. Yeah, this is very much a different game than the one I was thinking about. The theme here seems to be kind of unique and stand out, but I think it also is worth pointing out that this is probably people struggling to make something that is the next game as service hotness, and just trying all kinds of different things, because there's been quite a few failures lately of trying to make games as a service be a thing, particularly the grab the loot and then escape styles of games. Which, yeah, I'm not sure that those styles of games are ever going to really exist, succeed well. I would also say, and this is a kind of crazy thing to say, I will fully admit, this game probably would benefit from a little bit more variety in the character races. Yes, I get the idea that this is African people or people of African descent getting back things that were stolen from their countries or sold to other countries. But throw the white people a bone and have one white guilt character who's joined up with the team, and that might be okay as long as you don't just make them the butt of every joke. But yeah, there is such things as allies, and I imagine there's plenty of people that would also hate rich people and hate people's cultural identity being stolen. Yeah. So yeah, throw in a white guy, throw in an Asian person, throw in a European person as a playable character. That would promote more unity. But it's not really a problem that they don't seem to be doing that. This is a very different style of gameplay as I watched the trailer too from what the other game looked like it was going to be. This is more of a side-scrolling speedrunning thing. Yeah, it feels a lot more like Mirror's Edge than a heist game. Yeah, which, yeah, that's not really what I was expecting, but it's fine nonetheless. Sea of Stars is coming to iOS and Android on April 7th, according to Gamatsu. You can see it is rated very positively overall. A lot of these turn-based RPG type games are increasingly having to lean into telling really good stories as much as just being an RPG game. And I imagine Sea of Stars is one of these that really does tell a very good story. And frankly, I would prefer a RPG game to tell a good story and have kind of old school simplistic numbers of equipment and items and HP and attack and stuff over a super complicated amount of items and stats and telling just a generic gameplay experience. Let's see, Fatal Fury City of Wolves Season 2 DLC characters have been announced. I'll leave that article for you to read on Gamatsu. I'm frankly fairly bored with Fatal Fury announcements. A docked heavy machinery trailer is available if you want to check that out. It's a game where you're working at a shipping dock, or simulating running a shipping dock, I believe. Let's see, Heart of Crown for Switch is now available in the West. This is, I believe, a card game with anime girls. Yeah, I think I've seen it on Steam. Yep. And it does definitely still kind of have that mobile game feel to it. It is rated very positively, but it is also going to be fairly dependent on online player versus player, with only 111 people online right now, 186 people in the last 24 hours, and it's $30, so it's not even a free to start type endeavor. Doesn't even seem like it has that many different characters. So yeah. And then AI art becomes a factor as far as, are they using AI art or do they just have animation that's going on here? This may be also a game that they try to make a real world physical version of at some point in the future, if it became popular enough. Let's see, the Famitsu sales from the 29th of December to the 11th have been updated a second time, which usually they don't get updated a second time. We can see that the size of the text here maybe is wrapping around a little bit more. But yeah, still feels like the Switch is selling the most, but overall sales I think are going down in Japan. And so just don't feel like there is a good story that's being told here. And yeah, I think the way they formatted this page is really badly, because they're basically trying to combine 2 weeks into one page when it should probably have been separated out into separate pages. A cozy farm management game, Farming Camp, has been announced for PS5, Xbox Series, Switch, and PC. Yeah. I'll put that on the follow list. Yeah, it's a bit of a twist on something that looks like it might start off as something like Stardew Valley, but really the only farming they're showing is this one screenshot, and then it's more ranching, raising animals on that screenshot, and then more, I think, just dealing with people and going to places. Maybe a fishing mini game, maybe a farming mini game, wood chopping mini game. Put that on the follow list. Yakuza Kiwami 3 and Dark Ties details La La La, Loveland, Karaoke, Reapers, Play Spots, and more. I don't know what La 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 is. It's La 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 Loveland, okay. That makes a lot of sense. Still not really sure if I would ever really want to play any of these Yakuza games. They just have too much going on. It's just too ambitious in the side stuff. Yeah. Basically never had anybody seen anybody review any of the Yakuza games and say that the story is so good that you can just run through the story mode and get a great experience. It's always singing the praises of doing the little mini games and the time wasters. And I definitely feel like we are approaching the ain't nobody got time for that era of gaming in which there's just so many games and such a little time. And frankly, with the economy, more people younger are going to end up working more jobs just to try to make ends meet. So gaming is probably going to be reduced. The romance visual novel Love Pickle Poppy is coming to the PS4 and Switch on June 25th in Japan. It's currently already available for PC. Boy, do these romance visual novels and visual novels in general just never stop. Holotype Treasure Zombie Island launches February 5th. It's a HoloLive typing game. I got an ad on Facebook, which Facebook is getting ridiculous with just AI recreations of meme images. And so the text is just all wrong, and the orientation of the pictures and in the different squares is all wrong. And so yeah, it's just gotten almost completely unusable. Although it's really stupid that I'm looking at Facebook anyways. I'm mostly looking at just things I posted in the past, but yeah, the element here of Facebook being terrible really has nothing to do with what I was going to talk about. I saw an ad where there's a new company that claims to collect old kids' books and take lightly used books, probably things you're getting from like clearance and getting rid of from libraries or charity shops, and then bundles them up and ships them to people at about 30 cents a book. For a kid's book is a pretty good deal. Like most kids' books are going to be less than 100 pages. It's like really early young readers where you could give them a box of books and it just doesn't really matter that much that it's not a book that they actually would pick out on the shelf. Still, you do better going to a library and having them pick out books and read the books, but and most libraries probably would let a kid check out close to 12 books at a time. But yeah, it's an interesting ad nonetheless. Definitely didn't have that when I was a kid. If there were books I wanted to read, it would have been the Scholastic Book Fair and buying them at a high premium. This is one of the games that would have been censored, by the way, by my censorship Violent Monkey plugin had it been enabled. Compile Heart to announce a new school RPG by Megami Tensei co-creator Koju Akada on January 29th. So that is slightly big news. Although we don't really know too much. And I imagine this teaser trailer isn't going to show too much either. But yeah, Shin Megami Tensei is the series that Persona spun off from, and I think a couple other game series spun off from, so there is a pretty big Japanese following around the Megami Tensei series. Although the most recent Shin Megami Tensei game that came out didn't really have a lot of impact in the West. Here's the HoloLive typing game. Factory automation meets anime style RPG in Morstech, being announced for PC. Which, yeah, that kind of concept might work in the same way that Pal World, it's Pokemon with guns as a concept, might work. Although I can't help but wonder if this isn't just a case of basically asset flipping and having a few assets that are anime girl characters. And that is finally our last Komatsu article. Animal Crossing New Horizons version 3.0 update is now available. Although the other article we saw said it was 3.0.0. That's going to bring us to gaming on Linux. Let's see if we can go through this quicker. Let's see. Tableau is Chess Meets Balatro, and it's out now. Interesting. I tried to play Balatro and played like one round on my Steam Deck, and then I was just like, yeah, I don't think I really want to play Balatro. So I wouldn't be surprised if I don't ever really go back to it. Yep, 100% positive, 19 user reviews. This is on the fast track, certainly, to something. I guess the question is, would I want to play Balatro in chess? I'm not particularly a huge chess fan, or very good at it, so I'd have to think about that. The No Rest for the Wicked co-op update lands January 22nd and it hit a big sales milestone. Let's see. Endeavor OS Linux gets an upgraded release with Ganymede Neo. Endeavor OS is a Linux distribution based on Arch Linux, as close as possible to the vanilla Arch install, but makes things a lot simpler to get going. The distribution aims at more intermediate Linux users compared to with the major Ganymede release from last year. The Neo update is mainly updating core components along with a few tweaks to get the new download out, all part of making it the best possible install for new users. So, yeah, I don't think I'd really recommend Endeavor OS at this point, and I don't think a straight Arch Linux concept makes as much sense as the SteamOS concept does, in that, yeah, SteamOS is just going to be easier if it ever gets to the point where you can install it on any computer. And in the meantime, I think Bakelite Linux is easiest at the moment. And if you want something really fast-paced and something that is going to be as optimized as possible but as difficult to set up as possible, CachyOS is the argument there. And I don't know if I'd recommend any other operating systems in Linux at this point. Perhaps if you just hated gaming, and I couldn't convince you to install Bakelite Linux, I might install something similar to Bakelite Linux without the gaming aspects. And that would be about the only thing different there. And there is potentially a movement here that more and more components of Linux are going to be fairly standardized on the kernel level, and there's going to be less and less of a variation in the different distros as a concept. Moving on, Masters of Albion from Peter Molyneux in 22 cans arrives in April. I question really how much of this is even Peter Molyneux. Whether he's probably giving just like an overview idea, but I don't know if he's really developing or programming anything, or even overseeing things day to day. Amazon confirms New World Eternium will go off permanently next year and is being delisted. You can see that it is mostly negative in the last 30 days and it's been mixed in the 30 days. But weirdly, it has a decent amount of people playing it right now. So, yeah, you can't jump in and play it even if you wanted to. But it definitely seems like people are really upset with it being shut down and with it not being delisted immediately as they announced it to be shutting down. Yeah, people wouldn't be going back and reviewing things negatively if they had shut it down and announced it was shutting down all at the same time. Or not shut it down, but delisted it and stopped selling it when they announced that it was going to shut down. You can grab some awesome modern platformers in the Playful Platformers 2026 Humble Bundle. Let's see if any of these games catch my attention that I didn't know about before. I saw someone say that the Ukulele Replay remake is considerably better than the first Ukulele game on PC, and yeah, it kind of makes me want to go back and try and play that game again. But man, I've got so many games, it just doesn't make any sense to go back and play a remake of something you didn't like in the first place, and I imagine that's gonna hurt their sales overall. Is that, yeah, thinking about playing something old just isn't gonna really work. Yeah, of the games that just opened there from that Humble Bundle, those were all pretty decent. Moving on, Gaming on Linux says OpenXCom Extended takes over from OpenXCom for the classic XCOM UFO Enemy Unknown. You can see how old that first XCOM game was. We have Grapple Dogs and Canine. Cosmic Canines. I'm looking at the release dates to see if these are new or old games. These are all old games, probably from that Humble Bundle. Still not sure why some tabs open up in the wrong place. IO Interactive have fixed the crazy PC specifications for 007 First Light, which apparently these specs were really high even for minimal hardware requirements. This is another game. This is one I missed, however, or intentionally skipped. I'll put it on the wish list now though. 007 First Light is not out yet. Here we have another Humble Bundle game. Alright, so here's the events. So this is where, if you're a game developer, you want these elements in your game, or as many of these elements as is reasonable, up until your release date. So if you can have a detective tag on your game, the Detective Fest is about to end. It's too late probably for that one. Next fest is January 26th through February 2nd. It is a board game fest. Then Typing Fest, then Player vs. Player Fest, and Horse Fest. That's interesting. I don't know what Spotlight Fest means, but I would assume it means it's harder to get your game to potentially show up in that fest, even if you have that tag. But yeah, you definitely would need a demo, and you definitely would need your game page and tags to match some of these. The Steam Next Fest is the big one, and that is February 23rd through March, which, yeah, that's potentially close, a month away. Tower Defense Fest spring sale is not as big as the summer sale, but having demos out potentially for this is going to be a big thing. And then also for gamers and just consumers in general, if you aren't trying to sell a game, spring sale is going to be your next big option to actually find large amounts of discounts. Each of these fests might give you a small discount, but typically the fests are not worth even looking at. House and Home Fest, Hidden Object Fest in April, Medieval Fest, Deck Builder Fest in May, Ocean Fest. June is Bullet Fest. Then you have another Next Fest, June 26th, June the 15th through June the 22nd in 2026. Then you have your big summer sale, which is the biggest sale of the year, happening June 25th through July 29th. Of course, for small independent developers, being available for purchase during the summer sale is great, but being launched during the summer sale is not great. So if you can make it a month or at least 2 or 3 weeks before a big sale when a game is released, that would be good. Although you have to be pretty far towards the development. And honestly, most of these fests are probably more helpful for developers than they are for people trying to buy games. Because I don't think there are really a lot of people that just say, hey, I want a bunch of Cyberpunk games, but I don't know the name of any Cyberpunk games, so let me check out this Cyberpunk Fest. There's probably a small percentage of people that might be inspired to wishlist or buy a game because of the Cyberpunk Fest, but it's not going to be a significant percentage of gamers. Pins and Pegs Fest, Programming Fest, Party-Based RPG Fest. Then you have the Steam Autumn Sale on October 1st, then a Cooking Fest, then another Next Fest in October, then a Steam Scream 5 Fest, which is probably your Halloween Fest, Auto Battler Fest, and then the Winter Sale is December 17th through January 14th, which is the second biggest sale. So this gives a good idea, even if you're not going to, if you're developing a game, even if you're not going to have your game done by the end of 2026, that's a good idea of what 2027's fests are going to be themed around too. So you, in developing a game, want to see how many of these different tags based on these fests you can put into your experience. I will post these fests on my YouTube page later on. Yep. Let's see. OBS 32.1 beta is now out with a new audio mixer and web RTC simulcast support and more. I don't know if web RTC simulcast support though is going to be YouTube specifically the way you do simulcast, or if it isn't something that Restream.io would use. Let's see. So slight changes here and there as far as what they're doing. It's interesting what game they've chosen to use here, because this game that they're showing off is that Winnie the Pooh horror game that just came out. But yep, it's always nice to see OBS improve, although generally I would probably just want to go to 32.0 and wait until there's a 33 0.0 before I would take on 32, because I want OBS to be very solid and not crash. And so new features, while nice, are not things that I want to jump on and experiment with. I want to just make sure the footage I'm making works and is done well. Let's see. Valve's documentation highlights the different ways standalone games run on the Steam frame. There's 3 categories here. Windows via Proton. Android are going to be done via Lepton, which is a compatibility layer that I haven't even heard of. Or x86 programs run via FEX, which translates x86 compiled games through ARM64 instructions. But yes, if this FEX project becomes really, really good, you might start to see entire computers just being built with ARM64 chips. It might even be that the RAM shortage and the expense of other hardware pushes towards people having ARM64 chips. But yeah, the Steam frame is an ARM64 CPU. It's doing that for battery reasons, really. And it does certainly open up a possibility that maybe you would start to play things on the Steam frame that are very different from what you would play on a Steam machine or a regular PC, and it might just replace cell phone gaming for some people. It's a Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 ARM64 chip. That's what it's running on. And then I do believe the Steam frame also has the capability of just streaming video directly to it. I would hope it does, even if it is maybe not wirelessly streaming, maybe it's plugging in a cord. I would definitely not get a Steam frame if there wasn't a way to plug in a Steam machine or a regular computer to it. Let's see. Les Miserables is an upcoming point-and-click parody of Les Miserables, which it's spelled differently. One is French, the Miserables. One is less, as in LESS, fewer miserables. But yeah, without the accent over the E, it's miserables. Which perhaps is the only way you really could make a video game form of Les Miserables as a story and play, because frankly it is a pretty miserable story that's being told, and adding some point and click silliness to it probably would help quite a bit. Multiple years later, Terraria 1.4.5 has a release date for January 27th. Interesting. I guess the thought there was that maybe there wasn't going to be any more updates to the game, and then they decided to put some updates in the game. Either that, or it's just been in development hell for 2 years. Terraria is extremely positive, overwhelmingly positively reviewed, and I do own it in my library. I don't know if I'd ever actually get around to playing it though. It's kind of not that relevant since it's such an old game, a 2D Minecraft-like game. Let's see, Steam Machine's verification will have, quote, fewer constraints than Steam Deck, but text sizing worries me. It seems it will be easier for it to be Steam Machine verified when compared with Steam Deck verified, according to the Valve designer speaking with game developer. There's a whole article here. The game should support a default resolution of the Steam Deck, which is 1280 by 800 or 1280 by 720, have good default settings and text should be legible. Seems to be the gist of it. It has to support Proton in the system, including any anti-cheat you install with it. It has to be seamless, and the input should have full controller support, which, yeah, probably are a decent number of visual novels and point-and-click games that don't have full controller support, which that might be an odd division if that happens. Even more AMD ray tracing performance improvements are heading to Mesa on Linux. Okay, great news, I suppose, for people that care about ray tracing. D7VK version 1.2 brings more Direct3D 6 improvements and a little Direct3D 5 too. Increased backwards performance. That brings us to GameDeveloper.com articles. Here we have a headline: why would a UK judge deny fire Rockstar workers interim relief? Kuwait specialist employment solicitor Jack McManus breaks down the legal mechanism after a group of ousted Rockstar devs were denied interim pay earlier this week. Check out this article if you're interested. It is probably pretty typical that this happens, and certainly is the status quo. And maintaining the status quo is often what judges want to do until you get to the full heart of the case and hear all of the arguments. So, on one hand, you could argue that forcing Rockstar to pay people they fired is maintaining the status quo as far as them maintaining payment, but on the other hand, I think you have just as good, if not better, an argument to say they were fired, so the status quo is that they stay fired. Now, in the UK, I'm pretty sure there is unemployment, so if there isn't, then yeah, that would suck a lot more, but the UK is a capitalist country as much as every other country in the world is, and so they tend not to have anywhere as much worker protections as they probably should. Check out this article if you want to get the full details. I'm not going to bother to read it just to save time. Let's see. Crafton is evaluating how its game tech may be applied to physical AI and robotics. Almost certainly it can't, would be my guess. The text here is so big it's overwriting itself, so I should fix that page later. But yeah, the odds of skeuomorphic technology for a video game being anywhere close to the skeuomorphic, I think skeuomorphic is the word I'm thinking of, but yeah, the odds of any of that working in physical AI is ridiculously low. Let's see. Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo provided joint update on player safety commitment. The company seeks to hold themselves accountable for making their platforms as safe as possible for players. I feel like this is probably just them coming together and putting out an announcement for no real reason. As far as I recall, there hasn't been any major controversy on Nintendo, PlayStation, or Xbox. And a lot of when they talk about player safety, what they really are talking about is that they just want to censor more and more of the chat amongst friends talking to each other. Which in some games, yes, the chat is awful, but in many games the chat is absolutely fine. And I never really hear gamers complaining about the chat being awful, other than the fact that yes, women on voice chat cannot speak at all, which is definitely a major problem, but I don't know what the solution there really is, unless we're going to go full on segregation and have women only chats, which maybe that is the right solution, is just to say this is a segregated chat only for women, this is segregated only for men, this is segregated for kids, this is segregated for adults looking to mingle and be a little bit more rough in their language. But yeah. I don't know if there's really a big controversy that would have led to this, other than the biggest controversy involving people's safety, or mental safety at least, is Grok and AI chatbots like Grok being willing to edit images of people on Twitter, which, yeah, the uncontrolled AI imaging editing on Twitter was a terrible idea to introduce in the first place, and it has led to a big controversy. Not very video game related though. I'm not even hearing people blame anything recently on video games, which is frankly a little surprising at how long it's been since some major thing is blamed on video games. Let's see. Meta lays off staff at Batman Arkham Shadow dev Camouflage. The studio is now reportedly made up of just a handful of employees. This was apparently some kind of virtual reality game. I don't even recognize it, which really speaks quite a bit. Playtech is cutting 15% of its global workforce in pursuit of AI and automation. Playtica. Yep. More layoffs every day. Let's see. Here we have a quote. It had nothing to offer. Halifax Union lambasted Ubisoft after first talks following studio closure. Ubisoft came to the table with nothing, no documentation proving financial distress, no plan to find work at other Ubisoft operations or increase severance. Which that is typical from what I hear as to how negotiations tend to go, is that people show up at a table and then they say we've got nothing for you, and they just stonewall you and try to wear you down and drive you crazy, or drive the union reps crazy. If you ever got the feeling that the people running unions are a little aggressive, hostile, and maybe a little aggro, it's because of how stonewalled they get in meetings and things like this, where most of these companies know that they can get away with quite a bit, and they do get away with quite a bit. And it often is the case that the union rep is just a worker. Maybe they have a lawyer with them, where the people negotiating on behalf of Ubisoft in this case will be professional stonewallers and negotiators and lawyers, just designed to every day spend their days driving people up the wall and negotiating in bad faith, which is really what they all do, and they claim they're negotiating in good faith, but no. Corporations don't even know what the word faith means. And then we have Clair Obscur Expedition 33 and Ghost of Yotai are in the lead for the GDCA 2026 nominations. Is this different from the last time we had an event full of nominations? It does seem like most of the Game of the Year award type events are starting to happen not in December. But it is the case that the most talked about and biggest Game of the Year awards from the Video Game Awards still is happening too early in December. There's audio echoing in a weird way again. And I just don't know why that's the case. Yeah, there's just nothing going on for that level of echoiness to really be happening. Alright. Well, then before we go through all the new games on Steam, I'm gonna take a little bit of a break, and then we'll come back and wrap up. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So we'll go through all the games on Steam, and then that'll be it for this stream. Again, I'm not sure how much of this I'm going to be able to do fast, because in this case, if I want to make a YouTube short on it, I'm going to have to reload the tab to get it to go in here, to get the check marks to show up. Then I'm going to have to swipe to the right to leave the tab open. If I don't want to make a YouTube short, I can just swipe down to close it. And if I want to add it to the follow list, then I guess I can just click the follow list button. But I don't think that would reload the page, so I still would need to reload it after that. So yeah. Inherently, I made a huge mistake by not re-enabling the things, the script. Yep, and I don't think I'm gonna have a lot to say here. This is where I'd really like to be able to just go fully silent. But it kind of sucks if you go fully silent too. Actually, a surprising lack of monster trucker arena games in existence. That's the first one I've seen in years, if ever. Might be the first one I've ever seen ever. And it's a pretty simple concept, so I could see how if you were going to make a small game, it would make some sense. You just have to make an arena. It's not like the arenas tend to change in monster truck rallies and then have a bunch of trucks. I guess what might catch you up is destructible environment, and so a very simplistic version of a monster truck rally type game may be somewhat disappointing if you're just bumping into cars and they're not really taking damage, or they're taking damage but it's just a health bar that makes them go away and disappear or blow up, which is just not really realistic to what would really happen. The jumps, the ramps, the physics, all of that somewhat difficult if you were to make a really simplistic version of a monster truck arena game. Yeah, if you go too simple, you're just making a racing game in which you can crash into other cars, which is kind of all racing games. I don't think there's anything great here, but I'm gonna give it a nope. The randomly generated back alleys loses it, plus the thumbnail here loses it for me. I almost gave it a follow, though. Still haven't worked on doing a proper follow list cleanup, and so there's definitely an argument to... Does this actually support English? It says it does. There's still an argument to just doing a manual follow list cleanup. You know, you still see too many games like that one that just don't feel like they are much of anything. I mean, you get stuff like this where it obviously isn't much of anything, but then you also get things that are in that middle ground where if more time was put into it, if there was more levels, if there were more being shown during the screenshots, then I would be willing to give it a shot, but this one's barely positive at 77%, but positive nonetheless, so I'll put it on the wish list. We have a mixed reviewed Chinese game where the big important part is to asset flip some CGI girls in spandex into what is going to be a generic survival game. The art here stands out differently, so I'll give this a chance, although I'm not 100% sure on it. Dungeon Girl almost certainly feels like an adult game, but doesn't have any of the adult tags. And it says it's a roguelite 2D platformer when I would have just assumed it was a visual novel. Yeah, I'm not going to bother to make a YouTube short on that. Bakery game, Whimsy Bacon Craft. Maybe there's something there, but also it's mixed reviewed already, so I'm just going to immediately take it off. Cutesy ego characters, ego. I guess it's ego, not ego. That looks like nothing. Yeah, it still is very much the case that if your thumbnail looks terrible, if the first screenshot I see from your game looks terrible, then I'm not going to go any further. To look at things. Yep. Still not really 100% comfortable in my chair. The cushion can only do so much, it seems like, and sitting for 4 hours, well, frankly, sitting for even 2 hours straight is just too much. But I don't know how I'd really fix that. Like, I don't think I could really stand up. If I did get a stand desk, it would be almost certainly just another piece of furniture I regretted buying later. I just don't think I could really stand and talk, even if I could get my microphone to move with a standing desk. I do recommend standing desks. In general, this one doesn't support English, but for me personally, I just don't think it would work. I would be more likely to get a setup that would let me actually lay down and stream while lying down. But yeah, that wouldn't make me sound particularly good if I was just straight up lying down. But yeah, right now I have a pretty terrible setup with the having my new monitor in the opposite direction of the way my bed faces. I can't do even little minimal things on my computer, like just click a button to start a macro going, without getting fully out of bed and looking at it. Whereas previously I could do that, to start little macros going and let it go. Of course, if my macros actually ran and didn't just crash that's nothing of the game. If they didn't just fail, clicking the button once would make sure it would be doing what it needs to do in the first place. I don't know if what I said just made any sense, but I think the point I'm making here is that more and more of my macros need to once again be tweaked and programmed. There is hope with this new pair of glasses that will be the next thing to work on. Though I really need to mount the monitor I have because it is, I'm gonna say no to this one. It is really kind of precariously perched where it is, and it is only a matter of time in which I'm gonna knock it over. It already has a dead pixel in it, and last thing I want to do is knock the entire monitor over and break it completely. Yeah. I was just thinking during the break about cleaning and decluttering and just kind of moving things around from like one room to the other room to eventually clear out the garage and put things in the garage. And it really sucks how even my best laid plans at the moment involve moving the same stuff potentially from one place to another place to another place to another place, and it's just not a case of getting it where I want it permanently to start with. But yeah, maybe that speaks to a level of disorganization in my own mind, or it may just speak to having way too much stuff. I think it's probably a little bit of both. But yeah, I definitely have a whole garage that at this point probably would be better to toss everything in the garage and recoup that free space than to try to have a garage sale and recoup some kind of money. Because yeah, you don't really get a lot in the garage sale. But yeah, everything's going to come to a slamming halt. Here we have our first 6-7 game to be made, which really goes to show just how long it takes to even make a low effort asset flip game and get it on Steam. That the meme potentially is dead before the game even comes out. Yeah, with tax season close, not even that close, but just a little close, I imagine all of my progress is gonna just hit a wall and stop doing anything as I try to feel through filling out taxes. Which, yeah. Here's that game Kill Dance. We are very far away from that article, and apparently this game opened up as a duplicate tab way down at this point, and because of that, that's why I couldn't open it somewhere else. Although that may not actually be the case at all. It may just be that Kill Dance didn't have a link to it and I'm just coincidentally running into the same game, which is also very, very believable. Oh yeah, that reminds me, one of the things I'm kind of peeved at Resident Evil Remaster on is it still is showing the loading screens of the doors opening and closing, which is really slowing down the whole pacing of the game, even though there is really no reason why you should be seeing the loading screens. Yeah, originally Resident Evil needed those loading screens to buy themselves some time, but in a remaster, that is something you should be able to skip. It definitely slowing down the whole thing. Like Resident Evil 1 remake, or a remaster of Resident Evil 1, not a remake, should be a game that you just naturally speed run through in a couple of hours. And I don't think I'm going to speed run it through in a couple hours, because I imagine I might die, I might get stuck somewhere, and I might just get slowed down by lots and lots of stuff. Here we have a fantasy game that's already mixed. We do have still too many fantasy games. They don't tend to just immediately fall under the category of RPG Maker style games in my mind as much these days, but they still are just doing just about the same stuff as far as the visuals and like, and they just aren't really standing out as different. We'll scroll down this feed to see if there's anything I want to really address. I think the answer is probably going to be no. This feed still doesn't really work as a follow-less cleanup because it is only really telling you notifications of games that have been updated and not really forcing you to go through older games that may have just been abandoned. Yeah. Even though we're starting to get more video game news, we are seemingly getting either the same amount, if not a little bit less, games actually coming out on Steam. And that's a strange twist. Alright, so this has been my first stream using constant bitrate. We will see how that went. And that is going to be it. So as always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and keep on